What's going on?
Back in my bag, yo. Conscious. ISO. Diamond. Back in my bag and I gotta brag, I do this shit for real. When we was down and we had nothing, we had to share a meal. We put the shit in overdrive with no steering wheel. Shorty throw that thing back in a pair of heels. Yeah, she be riding on that thing like a Ferris wheel. Yeah, I love them dark skin, brown skin, caramel. You know I had to bring it to the hood like she Karen Civil when she keep on turning head. Cause when she woke that thing jiggle. And we going back to back on them like we Huey and we Riley. This that back in my back, low, we back again so highly. This that back in my back, low, we back to change the climate. This that back in my back, low, we bring the force like Tommy. Back in my bag flow. Back in my, yeah, back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, I'm back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, this my, back in my bag flow. Back again, yeah, we keep on stacking it, what's happening? Everything in Gucci got me feeling like I'm dapper then. Life has been a movie, yeah, so shout out to the cameraman. Pull up to the scene, it's going down like an avalanche. Steady going up like a travel plan. Homer Simpson face, lucky power plant. Yeah, I'm off that dope, like I'm back again to Vizzy. At the Millies, out on Club Hurst. Give the word if it's a city, Lord forgive me. Still having motion, dog, so why would I slow it? Make it rain on them, bust a band, then you throw it. We was steady having it, even at our lowest. High speed road runner, keep my motor going. Hey, people feel away, but they don't show it. Gotta watch the people that surround you, that you grow it. They be coming around you with some places.
And here is G.I. Joe with Kung Fu Grip. G.I. Joe has hands that grip, fingers you hold open and let close. Hands that hold on with a Kung Fu grip. The grip you helped Joe use in self-defense. G.I. Joe with Kung Fu grip. The hands that grip.
They did grip. They did grip. What is going on, guys? Can you hear me? Can you see me? I don't have the knife cam out tonight. The old Joe Isabella, what's up? The ring light gave up the ghost. So I've got to come up with something because I'm going to start doing some short daily vertical lives with some sharpening stuff. So that's something I wanted to add. And now my light's jacked up. So it's just going to be me and anybody that drops in. But it's great to see you guys. I popped in a few minutes early. If y'all are over at MC's, he's doing his giveaway. Feel free to go over there, get registered, win something, and then come back over here. I will be here until Maddie and Stevie go live. What is up, Bama Ninja? He was in here earlier, as was Marco. Good to see you guys. Acid Test Kids in the house. We've got Autumn Wind in the house and brother Joe Isabella, the man, the myth, the legend. We got Mark Parks, channel member in the house. Mark, we're going at 11 o'clock tomorrow again. So it looks like everybody wanted to keep it Saturday. So we'll do that for now. How is your foot, Bama? I'm sure it's a big gaping cavern, kind of like a vagina between your toes. What's up, Angelo? Channel member, good to see you, brother. And Joe Isabella is a channel member too, and I didn't give him the proper love. Let me get some mood music going on here, and then we will talk knives. I've got a couple of, are they talking points, discussions, things to maybe just look at, help educate me? Because lately I've been buying primarily American knives and want to put everything I can behind American manufacturing. But I've got some knives here, some of my favorite American knives that are kind of in the same price point. So I didn't grab my small batch manufacturer American knives, but these are knives that kind of compete with Riot. And I know Best Tech now is more expensive, but just kind of looking at them knife to knife. I love them both. And I'm in that either unique position or more common position to where I look at a knife for the way I use it, just kind of on the merits of the knife, right? So if I like the knife, for example, this Liang Ma Field Duty folder, which was kind of a controversial knife. A lot of people loved it. I happened to get this one after they were sent back, and I've always been a Liang Ma fan and love the designs and the construction of the knives that they make. And it's not a cheap knife. It's right under $400. So if you want to look at the high side and spend $425, you can get a Hinder XM18 with the G10 scale, which to me, is it a better knife? It depends on what you're looking at as a better knife. Fed Harrison, 22 months. Dude, it seems like just yesterday. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. And I'm going to have to give you a quick visual man hug until my kazoo's coming. I love you, brother. And we're going to keep it at 11 o'clock for Saturday if you're up and about. Doug Wilson, howdy. So if you're up and about tomorrow at 11, jump in, bud. We won't stay long, but we'll make it worth your while. Good to see you, Doug. Uh-oh, be right back. I'll wait for you. Joseph S., what's going on? So my thought was, I've got several of my favorite USA made knives. So this bug out was a Benchmade 20 CV G10 before I put the scales on it. So I want to say I bought it several years ago. I bought it on sale. I want to say it was $202. And then I put $100 worth of scales on it, which I didn't need to. So we'll call this roughly, we'll call it just for this drill, $300 knife. I love this knife. I'm not a bug out hater. But then I can look at my Ramon Chavez Street, which is less than a $300 knife, OEM by Riot. Instead of it being G10 and 20 CV, it's M390 titanium G10. And again, I know this isn't the best comparison, but this to me feels like a lot more knife than this. Dylan, what's going on, brother? I'm sitting here having an early howdy to everybody, and I'm talking about why I am a knife value guy more than a country of origin. So again, another one of my faves, my USA made Microtech Ramlock. Great knife, big knife, overkill, right? But I do love it. I bought this knife. I love this knife. I carry this. And then I can go over here. This knife was 300 even. So I can go over here. Totally different type of knife. Altogether different. So this isn't a good example. But this knife was right around $245. This is the Riot XOM. These knives aren't comparable, but what I'm saying is they're both, to me, uniquely cool, carryable, special knives, right? Do I like the stitch more? I like the fact that it was made here, but do I like the knife more? Not necessarily. And then the last little example, my favorite Spyderco, and I tried to go with knives that were going to come into the price point of some of the ones I picked out of my Riot made knives. So this is my Knife Center Crewwear exclusive Mannix 2 that I put some what are they called? Rock Scale Designs Dragon Scales on. So the knife, I want to say, was under $200. And then I put the scales on it for maybe 99. So we'll call this a $280 knife. I want to say my Riot got a Mischief, which is a M390 blade, was about 325 or 45. Joe, I totally that's where I've shifted all my focus. But and that's kind of my point of this discussion is it's hard, and I know that every Chinese company or every Chinese company that I'm aware of started out making clones because they were learning how to put together a knife. But what they're able to do, and I've not held 10 GOMs side by side. I've only held my GOM. I think I used one at Blade Show, but just a hollow grind, just a wonderful knife. And I think a lot of that's going to change. Mark Parks has been a member for 13 months, over a year. Dude, thank you so much. You don't know how much I appreciate you guys. And I do plan on adding more member content. I know I've left y'all hanging on my mind dumps. I'll start those mind dumps. I'll record it right here. I've done one member what's on Javon's mind, and they always turn out negative. And that's not who I am. I don't have a negative Nancy bone really in my body. Neil McKenzie, what's up? I'm actually painfully optimistic to a flaw. Blind Woo Fury, what is going on, my man? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Everybody welcome. We will talk about some knives. I got in a couple of different knives this week. I'll show y'all some knives. One thing I want to show y'all right off the bat, and I have an affiliate link, but you don't have to use it. But if any of y'all are looking for mini Koenig Ariuses, I wish I'd waited because Blade HQ has the one I got. I think it's this one right here, but they've also got a flipperless. So there are 3 mini Koenig Ariuses. Well, there are more than 3. There are 3 patterns with the full size coming soon. And what's interesting is the full size is $100 less, and maybe it's the appointments, but I like this flipperless. I would trade mine. I don't want to have my flipper cut off, but I would trade my Arius for a flipperless Arius. Anyway, I just wanted to make y'all aware, not that everybody's looking for Ariuses every day. Hey, Kathleen Smith, channel member. Welcome, young lady. But they rarely come into stock. What I've noticed is they stay in stock for more than a couple of hours. So there's some opportunities there. And then I pulled up some of the other sites, non-flipper all the way. Exactly, Dylan. Every time Dylan comes in here, and I know he's like, I've moved so far on from that forest, but his first, if I'm not mistaken, it was his first original design. I don't say original because he had a lot of original designs that he shared with manufacturers. But when the forest came out, I got in on that pre-order, and that knife, as many knives have come and gone from my collection. I love that knife. I looked at getting one of the upgraded forests, but I love the lightness of it. I love the build of it. What is going on, Paul Mills? My brother from another mother. I don't know if you've gone back to Instagram, but did the Devos come today? Let me pull up. Hold on a second. In transit. Arriving late. Hold on a second. What's going on? It arrived at St. Louis Regional Destination Center. Paul, how close is St. Louis to you? That's Missouri. You're in Illinois. Here, I'll show you what I'm looking at. Well, no, I won't because I don't want to dox you. But anyway, it says it's arriving late. Let's look at it arrived at St. Louis, Missouri Packaging Sorting Center, January 30th at 3:25 p.m. is the last scan I've got. Hopefully, you won't have to wait till Monday. I don't know. I've got this thing in Huntsville where a package will come into Huntsville. Our sorting center's out about 15 miles from where I live, and I won't get it till the next day. It drives me crazy. But I shipped it first class, dude, and I was hoping you'd have it because I have been very much liking, even though the detent, like you say, is a little light for me. It's one of the only knives that I own that I can top flip, and that's how I open it. I love being able to do that, and it just had lint on the blade because I cleaned it up a little bit. But I like this little knife, and I used to never, ever have an eye for pinion knives. I think it's because it was before I ever had any affection for a slip joint or a traditional style knife. And then when Jack Wolf came out with the Gunslinger, and I picked up the Jack Wolfs that I love, I'm carrying my Feel Good today. I think I opened my mind up to some of the pinions. Then I reviewed A to Z's. He's got the Paul, you might know, I think it's the large Raptor. Or it was it the Raptor or was it the Apache? He had one of the large ones that I reviewed. But I'm carrying my little Jack Wolf Feel Good. I do love this slicey little knife. Acid Test Kids, brand new American channel member. What is up, brother? Good to see you guys. Both you guys, I missed you. I missed you clicking. But I got something in this week that I bought on Amazon as kind of an impulse buy, and it'll be part of a video tomorrow. But Tops knives, I've got several little Tops knives. I've got a Kandiru, I've got a small Crowhawk, and then I saw this little guy. What's up, 5-door? And it didn't come with this clip. I just put it on. It came with straps, which were nice, but I sent those off to my buddy Richard. But this is the 3-point or the 3-pointer, I think is what they call it. And it's a cool knife with an interesting flaw. It's a small little Skinner, I guess, if I use it as a cat food bag cutter. But it's got a short handle because I've got a short hand. I put that little pigtail on there only because the jimping on this knife is set so far back that it actually kind of pushes my hand off the short handle, where if the jimping was like right here, I think it would just be a banger. I love the size of it. It's thin. Crispy Critter has become a member. Dude, stop by tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Promise you it'll be worth your while. And I'm going to give you, since my kazoos haven't come in yet, I'm going to give you some visual love, man love, because it's the only way. Thanks, Crispy. I appreciate you, buddy. But so I picked this up for about, I want to say it was let me see exactly how much it was. I don't want to lie to y'all. At first I thought it was 89 bucks, but it turns out it was like 130. I buy this stuff real late at night when my ambience kicking in. So I don't really have a lot of recollection of exact details like prices. I don't buy crazy price stuff. This little guy was $112. It's 5% off right now. So this is the knife. And tomorrow I've got a video coming out, 10 fixed blade knives that you can get at Amazon right now. And the reason I like Amazon, this comes from the top store, I think. Maybe not. No, this doesn't come from the top store, but a lot of like the Kaisers or the some of the other imports come from their store. And why I like ordering from Amazon is because I get it in 2 days. I've always been a Prime guy. So if I order this knife from Tops, or if I order this other knife from Concept, it's either going to come from California, or more realistically, it's going to come from overseas if I order it off their website. If I order it from Amazon, they've got it in stock and I'll get it in a couple of days. This is an odd little $60 knife that Concept sent me to try out. I'm not a big ring knife guy, but since I've had a couple, it doesn't inhibit me, I guess. I like where my thumb goes, but it's just a little D2. It's called the Nico, and it's a little guy. But I like ordering from Amazon because A, they overpack everything. This Tops came in a box that was about this big, just a little bit bigger. And then that top box came in an Amazon box that Tippy, my cat, likes sitting in. It's about this big by that wide. Not the first piece of paper in it, just like they took the Tops box and dropped it in this big ass box and closed it up. An Amazon box and sent it to me. I find that stuff humorous. I think it's great, actually. Or you'll get something really big and heavy in one of their envelopes, and you're wondering, what are people doing down there? I'm convinced I could go in there and save them, not that they care, but 20s of thousands in packing and just packing stuff better. And I know their whole thing's time. Crispy Critter, y'all, we have Dylan Mallory, a channel member and an actual knife celebrity. I'm not going to say anything about anyone who designs knives because I've drawn a couple of fixed blades, but Dylan's a real designer. He's the real deal. He's yeah, he's all about it. Douglas, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. And Dylan is one of two people. The other is Louis, who did the halt. Louis, Dylan, and I are all about the same height. So we're all average size amongst a bunch of you oversized people. The three of us will fit much more comfortably. Louis is a little thick, but he still feel comfortable in an airplane, more so than some of you average tall guys. You've got to love the fact that you are not cramped in vehicles. You can cram in and out of places. I've never had little man complex. I would much rather be little than big. I think it'll make me age a little bit better. Maybe not. My hips are already killing me. Old age freaking sucks. But the other thing I was going to show you guys is I did a review about 2 months ago. I think it was Brother Ron who sent me. No, it was Lee Wolf who sent me my very first Very Good Knife Company knife to check out. It was called the Tradition Junior. And after I reviewed it, I called Very Good Knife Company because I'd never heard of them. And I want to say her name was Suzanne, but she was the wife of the guy who makes the Very Good Knife Company knives. And they have 4 kids, young. And they've been in business for 2 years. And they've got a YouTube channel. I can't think of his name right now, and I don't want to Jared. I don't want to blank. I don't want to screw it up. But anyway, they've only been in business for right at 2 years, but he's been grinding knives for over 10 years with his dad. And his dad makes talking to his wife when I called just to tell them how impressed I was with the grind on the knife that I'm getting ready to show you the full size. She said, well, he's been grinding knives for his dad for like 10 years, since he was a kid. I was like, really, what kind of knives does his dad make? And she says, well, it's hard to classify. I would call them kind of jewelry knives. And I was like, well, where do they sell? Do they sell in retailers or does he sell direct? He goes, oh no, he sells through a store in Tahoe, a store in Aspen, and she named one more store. So I said, oh, do you mind me asking, are these like $5,000-$6,000 knives? She's like, that's about half of what they are. So this guy makes really nice knives. The bottom line is there was an ugly breakup because the dad didn't want the son to go off and do his thing. The son wanted to make affordable knives. And guys, I love Satu. I think Satu is one of the best grinders in the game. This is the hollow ground Tradition. And since I don't have my good camera, you're not going to be able to see the perfection that is the plunge grind. I don't know if you'll be able to see the chamfer down at the bottom of that ricotta that's on both sides. This is a super thick knife. It comes down to a wicked thin hollow grind. This one's just got the micarta handle, and A to Z also bought the Junior, and that's what I want to show y'all now. The Junior is what Lee had sent me to review. This is the first one I experienced from a Very Good Knife Company, and I was bound and determined to own one because this is a great knife. If you look at them together, the Junior is not that much smaller than the traditional, but if you look at the thickness of the blade stock, I can't get it to line up. The blade stock's like 2/3 of what's on the Tradition. The handle is probably 2/3 as well. But when you get behind the edge, because this thing, I'm not a skinner. I don't skin animals because I don't kill animals, but this would be a fantastic field dresser or really any kind of EDC cutter. Look at this. In the review that's coming out tomorrow, I tranced out and I spent about, 45 seconds without saying a word, just slitting the entirety of the blade from the heel. What? It's just such a great knife. And they're not that expensive, guys. We'll go to their website and I'll show you all the different ones he makes. But A to Z now has 3. I just did a review on this one that'll go live tomorrow, an overview. I've done one on this knife, which I love. It's still probably my favorite. But he has so many designs, and he's got a YouTube channel, got an Instagram, small family-owned business, and the reason I can share this is they shared it with me, and I was a stranger, but he and Dad had a falling out. Dad forced his wife, and 4 grandkids to move out of their family house that they'd been living in. Dad didn't live there, but that the kids had been living in, the grown kids, the wife, the son, and the kids. So they not only had their shop attached to it, they had to find a place to live in a shop. So now they're back up to speed. They're cranking out knives. They deserve some love. because I look at a lot of fixed blades and I love fixed blades. I went to their website and I was like, "Oh, this looks like an older website." It doesn't scare me. So that's another knife that interests me, the Wasp. That's the Hawk. I don't know if y'all can see this stuff. All hand ground. And we'll go to look at that's a big bushcrafter, but let's just look at look at his signature series. No, I don't want to look at that. I want to look at I just want to look at his knives. Here we go. All models. So as you look at these, you've got flat grinds, Warncliffs. Here's the Tradition and the Tradition Junior, the slicey hollow grinds. You've got this little Wasp, which I really like. It's a small hollow grind with a little pokey tip. And then you keep going looking at his knives. He's got some very purpose designed knives. He's got this Mantis, this Falcon, the Huntsman, tiny little Mosquito. But he's got stuff like the Linesman knife, the Roughneck, a knife like this that's, it's coming from some historical place. I don't know where because I don't know a lot about knives. It's not something I'd be interested in, but the fact that he makes it and he makes them all so well. I promise you, I have no affiliation with them. I'm just very, very impressed with the work he does. And my understanding is it's very reasonable. So let's go back and look at what the Hawk is here. The Hawk's this Warncliffe 80 CRV or Nitro V. It is 3.5-inch blade. How much is it? How much is it? How much is it? 5% of every Hawk sold will go to support the last Huntsman. Check out the store for the Hawk. All right, here we go. Oh, I guess that's for when it hits. So this must be where the in stock and up next come from. So a basic knife, a tribute, which is kind of a bigger knife, bushcraft, is $235. I'm curious. I'm gonna stop sharing. I'm gonna come back and join y'all. Ron Dobbins, what's going on, buddy? I'm sorry I was on another page. Let me do something real quick. Hold on.
You want food?
Hey, you're on live, dude. Quick question. Price point for that Tradition. I can find others in his store, but I don't see that.
69. It's 13 ship.
Awesome. Thanks, buddy. So this Tradition with the micarta handle was $169 plus 13 to ship. So that's a sub $200 knife with a wicked hollow grind, made in America by hand. Now, this one is part of his signature series. And Joe Isabella and some of you other guys that make stuff will know that there's nothing special about the blank. It's just the carbon fiber handle that drives the prices up on the limited editions and the executive editions. But the micarta he does is very, very nice. I think it's a very fair price. And guys, I can't underestimate enough. And the wife, I don't know if they've got some kind of NDA, but I could not get the name of Dad's company because Dad's making $12,000 to $16,000 folding pocket knives that all, ooh, how do you like that, Ron? The Isotope is a beauty, and I bet the MIDI's great. Stephen Wallace, what's up, brother? Welcome, welcome, and welcome, Addicted to Blaze 2. Who else have I missed? I think I said hey to Richard. Hey, Richard. Hey, Five Door. I do terrible one. Nobody listens to Eric. What's up? Paul Mike. What's going on, brother? El Cap Addict. My brother from another mother who sent me something just absolutely awesome, awesome, awesome. And I'm waiting for a package. The only place I could find what I was looking for was at Neve's store, and I'm waiting for it to ship out. And I'll show that because I think I was telling you guys, I don't do the vertical lives for my main lives because most viewers don't really like it. But what I thought I'm going to do is, oh, good, dude. I wish it was a little bit more, but it's a great knife. And that was donated by our brother, Fed Harrison. So that's got some positive vibes on it. That is a great knife. What was I saying? I was jumping onto something, but it probably meant nothing. Dwayne Letterman, what is up, buddy? Oh, El Cap Addict. Yeah. So, I'm getting ready to start doing some short, like 30 to 40 minutes, depending on how long it takes me to put an edge on. Daytime, random vertical lives where I'm just, when I get my new light, when I'm just doing a top down and I'm going through showing you how I set a knife, how I'll go from different thickness stones. Like I've got an Atomi just diamond plate that I use to reprofile. This a little thinner. Show you how I adjust for that, how I set my angle. I'm not as good as Kyle, but maybe if I do it a couple times a week for short lives, you guys will see that it's not rocket science, right? If I can do it and not screw something up, not make it as nice as other people, but not screw something up. Ron, I hope you're having a great night, buddy. I think it'll be cool. I think it'll be another way to connect with you people. And I think that I can look at the chat while I sharpen. I think I can have my iPad down there with just the chat open because I'll be looking down. I won't really have, I might have to just turn my table depending on how to do it. But I am going to start doing that because I'm getting into more and more. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm not getting into more sharpening. I'm looking for more knives to sharpen. I've got one that a buddy is supposed to be sending me when he gets feeling better that I'm going to sharpen for him, just a basic knife because he's not set up to do it. And I feel comfortable enough to do that. Richard, the mail's terrible right now, buddy. They'll be there. They will be awesome. And now they're in Little Rock. Richard, you're in Arkansas, aren't you? Or are you in Arkansas? Am I just making a terrible mistake? The reason I say my ex-wife was from Arkansas, I spent a lot of time in Rogers. I was married in Eureka Springs. Got Louisiana. That's right. I knew that. You're 2 states over. And Richard sent in a bunch of really cool stuff that's going to be part of future giveaways. So y'all sit tight. I'm just waiting for Chinese New Year to get over and get some stuff in so I can review it. This will be a giveaway coming up. And this is a good knife. I just hadn't finished filming it and doing all I need to do with it, but it's got jimping right here on the back. It's called the Nico, and it's a Michelson design. I'm trying to think who Maverick. No, is it Maverick? It's not Maverick, but it's a collaboration. That's something I've noticed about the concept knives that I've been seeing. Like I saw one that got sent to me from Parco. It's this one right here. It's one I would never normally gravitate towards, but this is a Koch design, Koch Tools, little hawkbill. Is that a Persian blade, Ron? On the yeah, I would say it is. Now that gets is the blade is not higher than the handle. Some people say for it to be a Persian, it has to be higher than the handle. I'm not a pro. I think if the blade swoops back like a banana, it might as well be a Persian. So it could be a funky drop point harpoon, but classifying knives, it's whatever you want it to be, buddy. Bend micarta scales, cuts very, very well for a thicker grind, and I think would be a fantastic Slurpee saver, should you ever need to do that. But it seems to me, and I know that for a lot of people that design knives, if you make a deal with a big manufacturer, you make very, very little. They take advantage of you, allegedly. I've never done it. But it seems like they're willing to work with a lot of people and bring a lot of designs to life. Um, like I look at the Phoenix by Maddie, and he's got another knife getting ready to come out. And it's kind of a win-win, right? For the people that are designing them. It's nice to have a company like Kaiser standing behind you. Chris, what is going on, brother? Channel member? Modified clip point. Exactly. Keep it simple. Keep everybody happy. Just below Arkansas. So me thinking about the map and geography was one of my worst. US geography I was pretty decent at, especially when it comes to the southeast. So you are in northwestern Louisiana? I've had stuff come to Huntsville to my distribution center, and I think, okay, it's one day away. And the next morning I wake up and it's on its way to Birmingham, an hour and 45 minutes south where it just came from. Then it'll turn around, come right back, and instead of being one day, it's 3 days. Crazy. But knock on wood, in the 3.5 some odd years that I've been doing this at a feverish rate with shit coming in the mail, I've only lost a pair of scales that were instantly replaced by nulls. Ooh, Southwest. That's nice, Richard. The Gulf's beautiful. I've been to New Orleans, but I've never been to the Gulf. I've been to the Gulf in Alabama, Orange Beach, Destin, Emerald, all that stuff. And the Florida, I'm assuming it's pretty similar. Beautiful, beautiful area. And 40 miles is not a long skip. Awesome, awesome. But Richard sent us out several things that are going to be part of giveaways. And Richard also, guys, we're going to play an Instagram game. Richard's got some cool shit going on. And I think on Instagram, the more cool stuff you follow, the better. So I'm going to share something with you. I immediately was jealous, and I don't get jealous. I was jealous in a good way. Like, you go, boy. But I want y'all to go follow, if you can, if you want to. I did. Because it's very cool. It's called Making Memories. It's Richard's Instagram page. And it's not your normal knife page. What they do is he's gotten to the place where he can work third half of the year. And then he and his lovely wife have this killer, looks like a 3500 with a camper on the back. Whoops. Looks like a 3500 with a camper on the back, but they just go and travel the rest of the year. So I go through here and I just found it out day before yesterday. I think Richard told me about it, that he had this page, and I've got some stickers that'll be coming out in giveaways because they've got stickers for this channel too. But if you like travel content, if you like beautiful content, didn't mean to dox you, Richard, but this is, to me, this is kind of my end goal. This would be perfect, just to not be tied to anything, to have your home base, so to speak, but to have something with a motor and a place to sleep. It doesn't have to be big, and a significant other to go enjoy shit like that with. Because I think that's just, I mean, guys, it doesn't get much better than that. Are y'all still seeing these? Am I even sharing? But go follow Making Memories. Dude, that's a cool camper. And follow Richard on his travels. We know he's going to be able to open people's stuff. We know he's going to have a knife. I just can't imagine the amount of just good experiences from people you meet that are like-minded people that you would never have a chance to bump into before, but you definitely have a lot in common because you're doing the same type of things that, to me, take courage and it's a really cool life thing. Um, Plus, you see things that you've never seen. Most people, I didn't realize this, and I don't know if the number's universal or if it's just in the United States, but are within 60 miles of where they were born. Now, Huntsville's a unique place where people come and they go. There are not many natives here. I am a native. I was born here. I lived away for 20 years between Colorado, Tennessee, um, but I'm back. So I think to be able to get out, get on the road, and just go is kind of a fantasy to me. I think that's really cool. So y'all go check out Making Memories TC. Where'd the TC come from? Yeah, Making Memories TC. That's the right page. That's the right page. Cool, cool stuff. 1,100 followers. Chronically underfollowed. Go give them some love. Oh, Mike, I think I'm following you. What is your Instagram, buddy? Y'all, that's why you have wrenches. Not to do dirty porn bombing or things like that, but to drop your links. I'll put them up. We can use this time to help each other out. Paul, are you just under Paul Mike? Let me find you. Hold on. I know you are because I've followed you. Paul. So it's under just Paul with 2 L's, Might. And y'all, just so you know, I think I've told you, I'm kind of a digital marketing guy by trade, and no one has a worse search algorithm. No one's search sucks more than Instagram. Instagram sucks for searching. Paul is 7 people away from 1,000. Let's jump in there and try to get Paul. Y'all are all probably following him anyway because we all run in the same circle. But if you're not following Paul, jump in there and let's help him get over 993. I'm going to refresh it. He's at 996 now. Thank you guys. Very cool knives. Got a version 1, a version 2. Big boy, I've got a version 1, one of my favorites. What's this beautiful little chode? Masterpiece from Satu Dave. Satu's ground 3 knives for me. And what made me so mad, I know Satu from 2 blade shows. We've met for 5 minutes, and I can tell he's a wonderful human being. But when he was first starting to do regrinds, he wanted to practice. And I wanted to give him money because I've had knives reground before. Not a lot, whatever he felt comfortable with. He said, I don't feel comfortable taking money. So I said, well, at least let me pay the shipping. Fair enough. When I get ready, I'll let you know you can pay the shipping back. He didn't do it. He shipped them back. They were all awesome. The guy is absolutely amazing. I don't know if y'all have been following Scotch and Things, my buddy who's usually here on Friday night. Scotch has been on a golf trip with his buddies from work and from other places. And he has been visiting with the one, the only Satu Day. So I look forward to when he comes back. There's Satu, and I don't know who this gentleman is right here. 5-door. Who's the fifth amigo, the third amigo? But there's Satu. But I can't wait to hear what they learned about where he is in his knife making, what's going on, because I know they spent some time together. And it was on his YouTube video today that they were still together. I thought he's following him. I've been seeing this post. Dude, Paul, have you had the pleasure of meeting him or just passing him by? Because when you look at Satu, even though if you watch his Sunday videos, you know he's as kind as they come. But when you look at him, he looks kind of like he'd be a tough, rough guy. And I'm sure, I know for a fact from his background that he is a very tough guy. But he is the warmest. When I was in grade school, there was a book, I forget what it's called. It talked about types of people: warm fuzzies and cold pricklies. Satu Dave is as warm of a fuzzy. I'm a hugger, so I like to go up and hug people. He came to hug me. We'd never met the first time we met. So he's a hugger too. But the dude is just kind. He'll sit there when he talks to you. There are people all around at Blade Show, but he makes a point to talk about what we've been talking about all along, right? Just a great guy. Um, yeah, there's he he is. And there's so many of you guys in the community that are great guys. I don't know if y'all watched I didn't see the Honey Bucket last night, but last week Monster Racing's back, and I forget the name that he has taken on. They are on a golf crusade now. Satu didn't go. They just stopped through. Satu doesn't golf, but they they golf down there around Arizona. Angry Tom, that looks like a great knife. I saw it all over Instagram today. Absolutely all over it. And guys, I've heard things from people that we all know where Satu's been talking to somebody about a really cool knife that he has in his collection that they just mentioned that they like. And 2 weeks later, the knife, and this is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars for these knives, will just show up at the person's house. And these aren't people that Satu has trading relationships with. He just feels that they're good people and he does good things for good people. Well, he's a good guy. He probably does good things for bad people too, which brought me back to, does anybody know what Monster Racing is currently going by? I know Maddie and Stevie are on it. But guys, just be careful in chat. I would say if you don't know somebody, but the first time we all got taken advantage of from Monster Racing, we were helping him out for a year in the community. Hey, let me get that. What's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. But just we all want to do as much as we can for our brothers. And 99.5, maybe 98% are genuine, great people who have found a place like I did of like-minded individuals. A place that I really felt like was a community that I enjoyed being part of. But I've learned through my 3 years, and I'll never forget, because this is before I'd ever met Shane in person, but he's the one that reached out to me on text and said, "Hey, man, I just want you to know Monster Racing is not who he says he is. He's been screwing with us all." Because we had all been, I mean, it got to be weird in live streams and Grateful Panic's live streams because he would be so desperate. But it was kind of heartbreaking in a way, you know, because it's not that I wanted any of the stuff back. It just could have gone to somebody who was being honest, right? So just look out for stuff like that. We've all heard about it. And that's what he does, Paul. He'll block you. But like Shane says, people like that are going to come back because he's pretty much anonymous. I've got his address. I've sent him a bunch of shit. I don't know if he still lives in the same apartment, but I know that he's in Green Bay or the Green Bay area. I've got him in pirate ship, got his number. I haven't reached out to him. I totally cut him off because that's something that really rubs me the wrong way is anybody that would just walk by and steal your blower. A thief, I have no patience for. It doesn't matter what they steal. Now, if you're in a situation where you're trying to feed your family and you're desperate and you have to go steal some bread, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about pieces of shit. And maybe some of y'all think people that steal bread are pieces of shit. I really don't, because I would probably steal it if I needed to. But people that just steal to take advantage of people, there's something there that he doesn't feel the connection to the community that we feel. So it's one thing to have a stranger break into your car and steal something. But when we're all in this thing together and we find out that there's somebody out there that we thought was like us, that's been kind of taking advantage of everybody as much as they could, even major companies that are as generous as any I've ever met. Um, Maddie, you steal more hearts than pickles. You've got that swagger about you. What's the name he's going by? And I know he's changed it by now, Maddie. We're trying to think about monster racing. I'm talking about trust in the community. But yeah, I don't mind stealing bread from the mouths of decadence. I can't sing that. That was embarrassing. But that is a great song. Two simple chords, really one chord and a chorus, but so good. Rest in peace, Chris Cornell. I saw a video from last week, and I don't know who Eddie Vedder was on stage with, but he was on stage with a little rock band doing a cover of Just Like Heaven by The Cure. Steel Snob 78. Guys, if you see a Steel Snob 78, run him out of the chat. Maybe play with him first, like a cat plays with a bird before it rips its head off. But he's probably changed his name by now and blocked most of us. Todd Carr, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you, man. But yeah, back to the knife dilemma that I was kind of throwing out there as a point of debate, not hate. So I look at these 4 or 5 Riot made knives that cost, we're going to say between $300 and $400. And then I can look at my smaller batch or my more mainstream, and I can find things that I really like in both. I personally, now this is not talking about my McNeese. This is not talking about small batches that are more expensive. This is not talking about those knives. I'm talking about my Benchmates, my Spydercos, my Microtech, several others I've gotten here, several different Benchmades. The Riot knives, if I look at them knife to knife and I was blindfolded, I think the fit and finish and the overall enjoyment, if it was made in America, it would be a no question. But guys, they're just so good. Not that the American ones aren't. My only point is I don't think we should ever judge what other people choose. Now, I think they're great pillars in the community that want buyers to be informed. And I think that's great. I still think, and this is me, I'm a hack, I'm an old guy who uses my knives to cut down cardboard, cut paper, and open cat food. Used to open dog food. Rest in peace, Ashley. But I know HRCs are extremely important, and I want to get what I pay for. When I buy a knife, and my whole channel even says in my description, I talk about how knives make me feel. I don't talk as much about cut tests. There are people that do that, and I encourage people to go watch it because I think it's very important. To me, who's a urban city light user who has more knives than sense, who likes to sharpen his knives, I don't get hung up. Now, I've bought a little knife from Shane, and I'm so excited when it finally comes in. I'm in no rush for it, but I know the difference in excellent and average, or right at that line. But for me, in my daily cutting, I don't see enough of a difference to get mad at it, right? It's not something that's going to make me feel. I might go, oh, that'd be nice if it was a point or two higher, but I'm not going to get the feels and go, nah, because for me personally, Stasa, who I love dearly, might think differently because Stasa's put these knives or the knives that he got through the test, right? So he's cut back and back and back. Um, straight from the heart. Dude, I don't. Unfortunately, I come from the what's the little area in the back of your brain, the hypothalamus to the tongue with no speed bump. That's why I try not to get off on tangents because there's no telling where it leads. My point is, I think there's a lot to be said, and there's a lot that's going to change probably with tariffs. I'm not an economist, so I don't know what that's going to be. I don't think, and I don't see how it could, bring the price of American made knives down. However, I've never been one. Early in my collecting, I was never going to be in the hinderer market. The first grail I got was a Benchmade 940 and thought I'd never pay that much for a knife. But now that I've acquired a hinder or two, I can tell that that's kind of a lifetime knife if I keep up with it. So if I depreciate it out through my use, I don't feel like I spent that much on a knife because I didn't buy a bunch of imports during that time. That doesn't mean when the God of Mischief dropped, I wasn't in love with this knife. And if this knife was made in America, unfortunately, I can't help but think that it would be, as it should, much more expensive. But I've had it now for 2 years. They're made well. They really are. Don't drop a knife on your foot, Bama Ninja. I think he's not talking to us. I think Bama Ninja is one of those kind of like freaks that has the extra long baby's arm holding an apple, and he's got the end of it pierced, and he dropped it on his foot. Do you really, dude? That's my favorite time is when I get my big Amazon boxes. When Tippy gets tired of them, I go out to the recycling bin, and I'll either get one of my TRMs or guys. This is the thin little. I've loved this knife. This is probably the best $69 I've spent this year. This is the Kaiser Maverick, Mini Maverick in 3V, but I can cut cardboard with this. It is so thin, and I just love to take my cardboard out and cut it into straps. And when I had that female friend, that unfortunately enough time with her made me decide that my dating life was over, but she would order tons of stuff from Amazon. I mean, I would go to her house on Sundays, and one half of her garage would be full of boxes. So we'd have to cut them all down. The Mini Harpoon, Richard, it is the best purchase I've made. See how much it was. And it started with brother Jim sending me the D2 version that I gave away to one of you guys that was a full size. I liked the design so much. And then when I found out that the mini was in 3V, because you can get a full size if the mini's too small for about $10 less, and the D2 is just as slicey. So this little guy is $69. And you can get it for $59, the same 3V with a micarta handle, but it takes longer to get here. See, free delivery February 12th. I get my little one this week. That's why I ordered it. But then you can also go to the D2. They're 59 and full size. They're 7.67 inches, where the minis are 6.4. Or they even got one on sale for 39 for the full size. All these are the same except for the finishes. So why is that one less expensive than that? This is micarta maybe, and this is G10. But that's the one I got because I could get it tomorrow, and I like the swirls on the PEI because they grip good. But I would have gotten that one had I not had to wait an extra week because I'm an immediate gratification guy. All right, let's go. That right there. I've got to open it on my iPad and search it. Work zip snip. That looks like it would work great, much better than a knife. But what do you then? Don't you like being able to cut with your knives? Because I don't have a lot of other things I cut with. But this looks like an absolute cardboard muncher. This is what Satisfaction, because he's scared of knives. This is what he cuts cardboard with. So he can't get his finger in there. When he can't get his finger in there, he can't get it cut. But it looks like it's got replaceable blades. I approve. I mean, I think there's a lot to be said for the right tool for the right job, right? And I would say that this tool is more suited for cutting cardboard than any of the knives in any of our collection. But since I have very few things that make me feel warm and fuzzy, one of which is sharpening knives, the other which is I looked at that again, Richard. I think you're really going to like it. Yeah, it self sharpens against itself. I'm just afraid that that would rob me of what I like to do with my cardboard, which is cut it, right? Because again, I don't get to cut nearly enough stuff. I'd love to cut more stuff. Well, we know Maddie is, or he would not be using that little craft cheese cutter for his cardboard. I can hear it now too. It probably goes. Makes that little noise. If he used a real knife, we wouldn't have to call him up.
You can call me Nannerpuss, Nannerpuss.
Hey man, I might be on brick cheese before you know it. What's up, Kyle Coonley? Y'all wish Kyle a speedy recovery. He's having a thick, well, I guess you call it a heavy month this month. And it's flowing chunky. And we want him to get back quickly. That that is funny. So let me show you guys real quick. I don't want to show you anything that I don't think is too cool. Have y'all ever heard of Defiant knives? Oh, ex-sailor. I felt like I think the 80 20.5s, when I was falling in love with those knives, cut me more than any others. The Benchmade Mini Adamas cut me worse than any others. Luckily, I was going to say I haven't cut myself in months, but just the other night, Tuesday night on the stream, I had a knife close on my thumb, gave me a nice little cut. But yeah, what I say is when your knife cuts you, it's really kind of like a cat, a feral cat that's finally accepted you as its human, right? It's deemed you worthy. It's deemed you worthy of being in its life, right? But again, a cool knife that I would not seek out, but it's got a great clip. OEM by Concept. You know, they're doing Terry's knife too, but this is a Koch Tools design, which a lot of people I don't think would make. I'm not bleeding, but I'm stuffed up. Oh, dude, headaches are the worst. Kyle, do you ever use, a lot of people can't, but I use Afrin, and I always have to get the no drip pump nose spray for severe congestion in the green bottle. I'm not addicted to it, but when I get stuffed up, I put like a squirt in each nostril. It shrinks my sinuses and my headache goes away. But if I use regular nose spray that drips down my throat, I'll almost get sick. Nasal spray is the devil, Paul, if you use it daily, right? Or if you get to where you need to use it. I started using, and I was like that for a while where I used it all the time. But when I found that Afrin is called something thick, Afrin, severe drip or severe congestion, it's in a little pump and one little squirt in each nose, you can feel your sinuses shrink. It's a 12-hour deal. And if you've got pressure from your sinuses causing you a headache, but again, it could be also, I've heard of a lot of people, there's this flu coming around. Neti Pot's great. Just make sure you use clean water in your neti pot. I remember a couple of years ago, there were some brain-eating amoebas that came out of the drinking water. I don't know if it was New Orleans, but got in a neti pot. Yeah, neti pots are great. And what I used to like, this will kind of tell you about my criminal background, but I used to buy the saline little pressurized bottles of saline water to douche out my nose. Just saline water to get all the caked out shit out of my nose. That was great stuff. I haven't used a neti in a long time, but they do work very good. John, that's the thing that I'm not getting. I used to get when I was younger a lot of rest, probably too much. As I've gotten older, I just don't feel like I need as much rest. I know in physiological terms, I probably need more. But I just life's too short. And I love late nights. I mean, not that I'm out at bars, but because it's quiet around here, I can get stuff done for the channel. I make all my content late at night. Um, I'll make a video after this live, probably after Maddie's live, because I'll watch it too, since I'm not going to Taco Bell. By the way, for those of you who were in here Tuesday, I know Maddie was, and Brant, I think Stevie had already gone, but I left out early because I'd called while I was on stream. I called the Taco Bell that's 5 miles from my house to find out what time they closed because they always fluctuate. So the guy that answered had to ask the manager. And it was a good 3-minute conversation for them to determine if they're going to close at 1. So I said, if I get there before 1, you'll serve me. She's like, yeah, we're closing at 1 tonight. So I looked down at my clock and it was 12:43 and I ended the stream. I was like, guys, I've got to run to the border. Get in my car, get down there. It is like 9 or 10 till 1. I'm early. I've got time. The place is dark. The lights have already been off. Nobody's in the parking lot. I was so pissed. If I had an address and knew who to write the letter to, and if I had the name of not the kid that answered the phone, but the manager that lied to him, because I could hear him in the background saying, yeah, tell him 1. Don't tell me 1 if you're not going to be here till 1. Because my little skinny ass will come down there looking for Mexican pizzas and chicken nuggets at about 12:50. Yeah, taco bums. You know what I'm going to do for the last time? Then I'm going to delete it. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get rid of the temptation. I'm going to have a moment of silence for the Mexican pizza up in the right corner. Now I'm going to go and I'm going to click the X and it's going to say delete logo. And I'm going to say yes. And you guys will never see a Mexican pizza on this channel again, unless they make it up to me and bring me some Mexican pizzas. Sponsor the channel. Hook me up with some meat food, some close to meat food. It's a very irrational fear, but it's a scary fear, right? The brain eating amoebas. And when I was a kid, a teenager, there were these magazines that came out, and I've Googled it since, and it exists. But there were these magazines. I was into sharks and creepy stuff in the ocean, and my mom had got me this magazine that were like the creepiest or most dangerous animals in rivers, sea, and lake. And it was all these animals that you wouldn't expect to be. But have y'all ever heard of a vampire catfish? A vampire catfish. So vampire catfish are tiny, okay? And what they do, they're also called the toothpick fish. So in these villages and these places, I don't know, Honduras, that's the same name as the Essie. But anyway, these little guys are Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, and they're known to be invading parasites like humans. This is a picture of the little guy right here. And you know how they get into humans? And well, there's a picture of one right there. But anyway, you out there and you're fishing and you're up to your waist in water, and they tendency to invade and parasitize the human urethra and other body openings. So what they do is they will swim up your urethra through your hole, or if you're a woman, up your vajayjay. And what they do is they actually spread their spines, pop out in an umbrella-like fashion, which means once you realize that one swam up your dick and is starting to hurt you, you can't pull it back out because it's like a hook. You have to get it cut. You have to get it. It's horrible, man. But these are the type things that I learned about when I was a kid. And I mean, they're people in 1829. This dude got hosed by one of those little catfish. But the bottom line is, it's going to be in what did we learn today? There's nothing good waiting for you in the ocean. If you really want to swim, swim in a pool, and preferably one with a lot of chlorine in it. If you want to surf, surfing is good. Surfing, all you have to do is watch out for sharks. And if a shark gets you, you're kind of going to be lucky, like a cheetah got you, because I don't think you'll know. Well, you'll probably have a little bit of fear as the shark, as you realize you're getting eaten by a shark, but it'll be quick. Check this out as I jump around with my crazy brain. All right, so what you're getting ready to see here is you're getting ready to see a man with his pet rat and a surfboard. Buckle up, bitches. I want you to watch this wave. I don't want to get. Look at him on that board. Look at him on that little board. Look at that rat cutting waves. Look at him go. Now he'll jump off and his owner will take him back out and he's ready to go again, man. So you don't see that every day. I might not have the greatest content and I might have a crazy brain, but you will get things like action. I mean, random action.
Where's my money, Sammy?
It's right here, Rico.
You mind if I count it?
Go ahead.
Hey, what's this?
It's more dirty laundry for you and your goons.
Get 'em, boys!
I'm telling you, we're doing it. We are doing it. Hey, do any of y'all, I just see Maddie's quote here. I know that's not what he's talking about, but do any of y'all know who Dustin Driver is? Driver Defense Knives. I've got his splinter. He also makes folders. He makes them. He's been at all the blade shows, but he's a small batch maker. And he has just made a baby splinter. Not a baby, but a smaller one. And this guy's grinds are sick. Hold on. Let me find that. So this is the splinter like I have in MagnaCut, and that's his little one. The splinter extract is what he calls that little guy. But Dustin, if y'all aren't following Driver Defense Knives, I'm gonna drop this in the chat. Demonog, Neil McKenzie, what's up, kids? But his folders, I've done a review on one my buddy A to Z bought. I mean, he makes all these by hand. Look how thick that is. But the one he made my buddy has got semiconductor in it. That's Dustin and his son at Blade Show. I spent a lot of time at his booth. He was right over in the corner. For those of you that were in Atlanta, you might have seen his shirts. He's got one of the coolest logos in the game. But when we get into, and this is, no, it was another batch. I'll show you the splinter I bought. I want to show you this knife because the grind on it is next freaking level. And my buddy A to Z bought it from him and still has it. It is, the handle's titanium with this semiconductor material on it. Here it is right here. So my buddy bought this knife. I want you to look at the grind. Can y'all see that? I don't know if I can blow it up. If you've got a close up of the blade. Nope. Let's go back to the video. But that is a just amazing knife. I mean, the detent, the handmade nature of it, and that blade. That just is sick. So I've got an overview on that knife, but his folders are out of the world. His fixed blades are out of the world. And give him a follow. He's always at Blade Show. He always gets a table and takes some stuff over there, a lot of shirts. Stop by and say hey to him. Really nice guy. And again, he's an Alabama neighbor of mine. So yeah, there's that. And y'all share links if there's anybody. I live in Vegas, but I'm out here visiting my daughter in New York. Sweet, dude. Daughter time's great. I talked to my daughter today. Blind Woo Fury, what's up? Maroney, what part of the world are you in where it's so much ice? I just was flipping through YouTube and saw that there was that medical plane crash in Pennsylvania just a little while ago with like 6 people on board that hit a residential area. West B, what's up? I try to buy a lot of American fixed blades, and that's kind of the majority of mine, but I will buy, and that's what you'll find out, guys. American fixed blades don't have to be much more expensive, can be less expensive than imported. A great example. Custom. Show you a couple of different variables here, and these aren't budget imported knives. I've got one that's a small batch custom knife, one that's a production USA made custom knife, and one that's Griffin Co. made by Best Tech S35VN. Great little knife, but this thing was $265 with the carbon fiber handles for this little knife made overseas. Yeah, great design. That's the Scout 2.5. And then I got this. This is the Axial knives. They've always made out the fronts, but they've made a line of fixies in a Warncliffe, a Tonto, and a drop point. Made in the USA at a Magna Cut. You can get them in titanium handles for about $239, which is about 40 or about 20 less than the Scout, and you can get it with a G10 handle for under 200 for a USA made knife. This knife with titanium is about the same price as this with carbon fiber. This with G10 is much less than this with my Carter or something else. And then my favorite USA made fixed blade. You'll love it, Tactical Terry. I got mine on it was my first blade bench purchase, and I bought the Scout Medic after it. But then you can get a knife like this. And this is made by a guy named Colin McGuire up in Rhode Island. His company's called Mag 10 Knife Works. This is AEBL, super slicey, made by hand, and this was about $50 more. It came with the Kydex sheath. I want to say it was right about $300 at Blade Show, which to me was a bargain compared to $250 and we'll say $239, right? Because I love this knife. I love the way it cuts, but it's using things like CNC and stuff like that where Colin's just kind of making it happen. Demonoc, how old's your baby? Mine graduated college 2 years ago. You will love the Scout. I would warn you because after I got the Scout, I didn't get any of the folding ones, but I did want the Scout Medic. Dude, it's a great knife if you're looking for something to cut. Minimal shit with, because I forget how expensive this is. This is not super cheap. But the Scout Medic, I had one of my viewers email me and say, that thing's tiny. I said, that's why I measure it. It's absolutely tiny. But the handle is 4 fingers. You just got this tiny little S35 blade. But the Scout Medic, it's all right. Dylan, if you made any of your designs, if you designed them in a little fixie, I've just fallen into the fixie world, but I can tell you, about to be 31. That's awesome, Demonoc. Still your baby, always be your baby. I don't know anything except that when I put out a fixed blade video, it gets 10 to 20 times the views of any folder. Fixed blades are where it's at. And I want to show y'all that everybody's doing it. So there's no, they're less expensive to make, and you can sell them for almost, you can make good margins on them. So check this out. Have y'all seen this yet? You know what that is? That is an Evo 1.1 fixed blade, an Evo fixed blade. So if they can turn the Evo into a fixed blade, Max Ace Knives turned the Pulsar, not Max Ace, Make sure y'all are going with me when I share screens. Where the fuck to go? Sorry for the dirty language, guys. I was going to try to cuss less, but fuck. All right. That didn't work well. So let's go and try to type that in again. Kunwu. 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 There's no complexes knife. Don't want to watch the Kickstarter. Go back. Get out of there. Where is that knife? So I would have bought one of these had I been in the position to. So everybody, my point is, everyone is coming out with one of their knives as a fixed blade. So this little guy is the Kungwu Pulsar, which is, let me stop sharing for 1 second. It's this knife right here, right? And all they did was used a different steel. I think it's Vanatus or Vanitas, and offered them for $139. Great little EDC fixed blades. I mean, Knapp is doing it right now. Who else is doing a little fixed blade? I know Lefty's been talking about it. That New England, I do. Nobody listens to Eric. Let me show you. First off, this is where I met him. And then I started talking to him and met him at Blade Show. It is called, he's very responsive to DMs. He does have a website, but like a lot of these guys, until they jack him up. Let me see if I can find his website. Hold on. See if he's even got one published. No, I do have his Hotmail or his Gmail. Well, yeah, you can get his Gmail and you can get his phone number off his Instagram. But that's the way I would reach out. And what you can do if you start following him, this is him.
Yeah, I'm talking to you. You need to come out. Royal Plaza Trade Center, Marlboro, gun show, me, here. Come say hi. Got knives. Let's do this. Have a great Saturday, everyone.
He is the nicest freaking guy. When I bought the knife from him and then started posting it, he would always comment, and that Damascus, he makes that. I'm not into Damascus. That's not my jam. But one of the things he does, here's one of the EDWs. That one's an S30V. Mine's an ABEL. But one of the things he does, there's one, JG10 S30V. I don't know why he does these. I asked him why he does these proud scales too, because they're no less expensive. He says some people prefer it. Not me. But that Damascus there, I'm about to show you a couple of billets as we get down here, because he makes that. When you buy one of his knives, you're supporting a small business. So this might not look like much now, but there's a lot going on in this little handful of steel. He's about to bring some fire. So if we go, where's that? Check this out. Colin McGuire's his name. His company's Mag 10 Knife Works. He's a custom maker. And again, when I told him what I was looking for, I just wanted a regular blade steel. Even though his forte, and I was trying to get to some of his shop pictures. His forte is I love this little guy. That's a slip joint, guys. There's so many talented people in our community. Let's see if this is where he smells it.
And happy Saturday. Hope you're all doing well. If you're at the West Springfield.
No, he's just talking about a show. I'm going to get off here in just a second. I just want to show you he's actually got his little forge. And he's doing it right. But a great follow, a great guy. And if you called him or emailed him, tell him you saw his stuff on my channel when we were on here on live. He knows me very well. He might even help you out. I'm not seeing the forge pictures, and I know they weren't this far down. But anyway, he's got a little forge that looks like a little, for lack of a better term, it just looks like a little toilet bowl that has hot fucking fire in it. That he smelts these little blocks of different steel, and then he goes out to banging on it. And there were videos of him doing it. And I'm not seeing them, and I know I'm making y'all border than shit. So the patterns he gets is by hammering them out. But I thought we had some good videos of it. Because I know I've seen some, and I know he wouldn't take them off. Putting a pattern on a billet, whatever that means. Willing time got the... I mean, the guy just does it from start to finish, right? I mean, he's starting with the little ingots and then dropping it, I think, under this anvil. No, that's a log. He's got something that's like a little hole that gets hot as shit that he drops his stuff in. But just a great maker. He's always at the Nashville Custom Knife Show. He's always at Blade Show. And I have a feeling I missed that forge pick. All right, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to quit looking at this shit because I know it's driving y'all crazy because it's making me dizzy trying to... You know when you've seen something before and you've looked at it and you're like, okay, I looked at it before and I thought it was neat the way he was doing it. Yeah. I thought it was that one where he was holding those 3 little or 4 little billets where... All right. I'm just going to get back up to those. That's already got the Damascus. Firestorm billets. Cool. Anyway, he takes that shit and makes steel out of it. But back to where it all began. Mad Yucca, what is up? Eggs and ham. What is up, David? You let me know if you want me to swing you a link, guys. Eggs and ham is somebody that I met 3 years ago in live streams. And that dude has been busy and showed up Tuesday night. And I hadn't seen him in so long. He came on. I'm sending you a link just in case. And he buys cool stuff. He likes knives. He does other stuff too. Very cool dude. Eggs and ham. We go to Instagram. Eggs. Boom. Boom. No pressure, dude, but there's a link if you want to jump on. Great hanging with you tonight. So today, and then we'll play What Did You Carry? I carried the little Pina Raptor, my Jack Wolf, Feel Good Jack, and then when I was carrying a fixed blade, I was carrying my little Pointer 3. So what did any of you guys that want to participate carry on your lovely Friday? Yeah, Eggs, we'll be here. I'll be here till Maddie goes live in about hour and a half, 2 hours. So I know y'all care. Kyle Honing Rod Coonley. That's funny. I don't care who you are. I've got one of those Work Sharp honing rods and have really enjoyed it. Ex-Sailor, I haven't done an updated one. I did one. Let's see how long ago it's been. I'm curious. Because I did one, but it's been well over a year. And it was one of my best performing videos. It was how long ago was it? It was February 26th, so almost a year ago. I did my top 10 tiny fixed blade knives. I did my top 5 fixed blade knives, 24, June 28th. So I'm due to do another one, and those get shitloads of views. Like my tiny ones has gotten my most views ever, which is only 31,000, but it's a lot of views for me. The Kaiser Towser K and the Kaiser hair. I love the hair. I heard great things about the Towser K or Towser K. Never experienced one, but the sheepdog, I had a flipper sheepdog. I had a mini with a flipper hole with no flipper tab. And then I had the full size flipper hole. So what would you data say this today? Oh, today my favorite fixie. You know, the one I've been carrying the most and cutting with the most is probably one of my most expensive. I can't get this out of my pocket. And it's just a basic bitch Kaiser mini harpoon. Now, if you like a smaller fixed blade, like something around 6 inches, my favorite is this Big Idea Design Company Lookout. You can get this in an imported model from Best Tech, or you can get a USA made one that's made right in Chattanooga. A small little fixed blade. I love this because it comes with a right hand and a left hand sheath, and I've never seen anything like this. But Big Idea Design Company does a lot with titanium, and they've got this reversible clip that works very well, and it mounts in the center of the sheath and carries really deep, so it doesn't inhibit you drawing the knife. And if you like a the Bark River Micro Canadian gives me 4 fingers on a 5-inch knife with a little blade, but it's great for cutting paracord, cutting into boxes, cutting into dog food, cutting into human food, doing a little feather sticking. It's 3V. But it's hard to have just one favorite because I do like to carry them around a lot. I'm a huge fan because used to be I was a 5-inch or under fixed blade knife guy. I didn't like anything bigger than 5.5 inches. But The Axial, which is made in the US anywhere between 189 and 239 if you want titanium, which I like my G10 better on my Tanto. But this is Magna Cut. I want to say it's 64. Very slicey. Great primary carry. I could carry this knife not as much as an accessory or an enhancement to my folder. I could carry this in my right pocket and have it take the place of my folder. But there's just so many good ones and so many different price points. And price, I've learned by a long shot, doesn't dictate what's good, right? I'm a huge fan. Vice president, which is a joke, of the Chickadee Club. This is a knife that first started it for me. This is a little 5-inch knife that's made by Jacob Creates. I've got 3 of them, one in S90V, one in 20CV, and one in Magna Cut. And this little bastard, made in America, cost about $270, which is insane. But I like it, right? So I learned that Tucson makes a knife just a little smaller. This one has some custom handles on it by Brother Joe Isabella. But they make a little 4.5-inch knife in S90V for $69. So I bought this one first to see if I would like it. And then Honey Bear sold me my first Chickadee. But for a while, I only carried tiny, tiny fixed blades because really, that's all I used them for. I would find out that when I had to cut something, which is rare, you know, I might cut something 5 or 10 times a day. But when I had a small fixed blade on me, I would carry or cut with my small fixed blade. It was easier than getting out my folder. Even though I still play with my folder. And I really like the knives, and he's only got 2 out now, but the Straight Line Knives is putting out. This was a designer at Maniago Knife Makers, and I know this is an Italian-made knife, so some people don't like Italian-made knives. But this is a small, little, thin M390 EDC fixed blade. They also make it in a Wharncliffe that looks like this. Show it to you real quick. So I reviewed them both, and I'd planned because I bought one, and I planned on keeping the Wharncliffe. But after spending 4 days with each of them, I sent back the Wharncliffe. So this is, and Blade HQ has these cheaper. So that's the same size, but the Wharncliffe version of this little reverse Tanto. But this is a great knife, really slicey, really small. And what I like about it, and what I like about a lot of MKM's stuff, is the way that they do their sheath. It's a really well-made Italian leather sheath. And I'm a pocket dropper guy, so I like to carry my fixed blades in my pocket. What I'll do with this one is I'll drop this in my front or back pocket, and then just slap the magnet over it to retain it. And this one's a little different. I would never use it, but he put a second magnet in case you wanted to loop it on your belt, which I never would. But I just drop it in my pocket, clamp it down like that. I can't pull the knife like that without pulling the whole sheath out of my pocket because it's just held on by magnets, but I can easily thumb push it out. But this is a great little knife too. And Blade HQ, where White Mountain Knives has it for $183, and you put a 10% discount on that, and that saves you, I don't do math, but if you go to Blade HQ, they've got the same knife, and this is rare. Now you do have to pay shipping. They have the same knife for $149. And the one that I have is called the Ernie. So there's an Ernie and an Alley. The Ernie is this guy. And the alley is that one, which I really thought I was going to want to keep the alley. But for some reason, I settled on, and you see that maker's mark right there, that line with the 2 dots? I'm gonna see if they have one more knife that I wanna show you real quick. Let's see if they've got the mirror too, because this is a Viper knives that I bought. And it has the same maker's mark because it was designed by the same dude that started Straight Line Knives. Viper Mirror 2. Coming soon. Show me a picture of it. All right, they don't have a picture yet, so let me go right over here real quick. Viper Mirror. This one's a little bit bigger, but I'm a huge fan, and I like Italian knives. I've had good luck with them, even the heat trees. So the Mirror 2, go to GP now. So this little guy's 139. Don't make the mistake and get the Mirror 1, and I'll show you why. I did a review on both of them, but it's got the same kind of little sheath, even though this is a Viper. But if you look at this maker's mark right here, how do I zoom on that? This maker's mark is the same because this knife was designed by Igor Buttolosi, who's an architect, who is the one who started Straight Line Knives. What you don't want to do, because I reviewed them both, is buy the Viper 1, unless you think that you've got great muscle memory. The Viper 1 was the first knife that he designed. And what he did here is, instead of doing a finger choil where the blade is, he did a thumb choil because he thought he could get more leverage on the knife on the thumb. And I reviewed them both, and there's some truth to that. You can put your thumb here, you can cut away, right? You got a swedge. However, if you're me and you're a creature of habit, it's only a matter of time when you pull this son of a bitch out of your sheath and you put your regular finger right here and you lay your thumb on this blade and you are foobarred. But the Mirror 2 is the one that has, what's up, Crazy Roach? The Mirror 2 is the one that has the regular, do with that knife. Do I have it? The Mirror 2 has the regular knife. Some other cool EDC fixed blade news, and I'll just break this out to show you in real life. So I met a dude last year, ex-sailor, $5, dude. Thank you so much. I've got to give you a little bit of man love, and thank you. Thank you, ex-sailor. Man, I appreciate it, dude. But I did a review last year, or not like, yeah, it was last year, 2024, of Lucky Dog knives. A little guy named Andrew who designed these knives, 2 different knives, and he had a guy in Canada called David Mary Customs make these for him. So instead of having them be made overseas, he found a maker in Canada. He did a small batch. He did 9 of the ranch dog, and I bought this knife from him because I liked it so much. It's in 3V. And then he did a guard dog. And what he did is, after he sold out, he put in an order for more, which are coming in, but he also did some in AEBL so he could offer them for under $200. So I'm just going to show you real quick. Got a really cool design in the guard dog, which I didn't think I'd like because it's kind of got a hawk bill. He calls it a hawk or a hawk's foot or sheep's hawk or something like that, because it's thin enough, or it's not curved too much to where I couldn't sharpen it with my regular. So this is the guard dog that I just showed you guys, right? And it's 234. I got the Bacardi and Wingay. And these are the guard dogs, which are this little nice cutter of a knife. And then he's got these same knives for $199 in AEBL, which I would have no problem with. And he's also adding, so here's the guard dog, and he's also adding a bulldog for $179, which I'm thinking is a little shorter. This little guy's got a 2-inch blade, 4.8-inch overall length. So this is a tiny little, like, fifth pocket fixed blade. The only reason I show you that is, and he's also got the river dog, which is kind of a spear point. And here is the real ones that sold out. But the reason I pointed out is he was on Andrew Kidd. He was on Friday Night Flicks, and so was David. David and I had a little disagreement, nothing major, but I think the knives are great. I am going to review his new ones. Can we stop with the Rocky shit? Demonox, sure, dude. All I want to do is, I've got, everybody wants something lovely when they donate or show their membership. So I could do kids applauding. The reason I do the Rocky shit is it shows man love. And if I did something like this, it would come off as not positive. So, but yeah, we absolutely can. I could even do something like,
Family entertainment. And he's not hesitating. He'll go.
or if somebody says something mean, I can. But yeah, the video drops are, the Bulldog Warnie is called the Guard Dog, Felix, and it is slick. I love it. I mean, I love small fixed blades though. And again, it is, and Rocky, I totally get it. I mean, it's annoying. I'll come up with something else to love. I had one up here that was I'm so excited, but that wasn't that great. And I could throw something creepy up like this.
Kinder, Yebo shaky. Me unscrabbly. Shotgun.
Fuck was that? The fuck was that?
I'm 37 years old, and my social security number is...
phone.
I'm Meatwad. I'm the man of the house. I'm 37, and I like missing choo-choo trains.
Yeah, we spoke earlier.
He is 38!
He doesn't know any better. He's never going to know any better, and you know
I'll
that.
be 30.
I've got the drops. I'll find some fresh ones. I'll try to keep them to a minimum. Rambo would be good. I still, what started it off, and Maddie can vouch for it, but somebody, and I forgot, because I was kind of halfway in and halfway out. Meatwad rocks, Crazy Roach. I was halfway in and halfway out of consciousness, but somebody said something about Jack Wolf, and Stevie had a drop with some people driving through a garage door, and somehow he'd written, it was hilarious. I forgot what it exactly said, but it made me think, Meatwad. Ooh, I would put money. What's the line? Is if it was even, not knowing any better, even though the Chiefs are have won a bunch. I don't think they're going to win again. I'd put it on Philadelphia if it was even. Who was it that Anthony? You know who Anthony Cumia is from Opie and Anthony? He is allegedly, yeah, they've got the rest, but he's allegedly putting $1 million on Pittsburgh. Because think about it, the NFL's a business, right? So I'm not a fan or a hater of Taylor Swift, but she already had her box seats before the playoffs. So if you don't think that helps the NFL sell tickets and they are not incentivized to have them in the big game, did I say Pittsburgh? I meant Philadelphia. $1 million on Philadelphia. Isn't it the Eagles? And see, I don't follow that shit. My sponsor at AA told me to quit watching 24 hours news and quit watching football. It was making me stress. He thought I was going to relapse. I know Pittsburgh's not playing. That shows how much I know about football. They both start with a P. Is there another one that starts with a P? I don't think so. Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. Maybe another one. Who knows? Kyle, I know you would, buddy, and you stand by it. I hope you're feeling better, buddy. Not. I hope after that comment you get just a real short throbber. Now, Paul, Jalen played for Bama, right? I'm an Auburn fan, but I remember that name. And the Super Bowl's not this Sunday, or it's next week, right? Yeah, next week. And I've even gotten where I used to watch the commercials. I don't even watch them anymore. You know how much ad time costs for a 30-second spot on the Super Bowl, or how much it did last year? I don't know how much it is this year. The Maroney, is the line favoring the Chiefs? I would assume it is. Let me look. Chiefs, Eagle. Whoops. So the slight favorite right now is the Chiefs. Interesting. Yeah, I'll never forget. I've never been a big gambler. I will if I go to a casino. I might take $100 and use it as entertainment, right? And when I drank, it was a lot easier because I'd get free drinks, so I just consider I drink myself even. But sports betting, when I was in college, I had a bunch of fraternity brothers that joined a tip service out of New York, and they were fucking killing it. They bet trifectas, and they would win almost every other weekend. They were all up. So I would never bet. And there was this sure shot game. I forget who it was. And they were like, dude, you've got to at least throw $20 on it. So I threw $20 on it. And in the last like 2 seconds, instead of going for the touchdown or kicking a field goal, which would have put me in the money, they just killed the clock because they were up by like a point. And I didn't cover. And after that, I was like, sports betting's for the birds. I know a guy, I don't know him personally, but I know him from watching on podcasts that bets exclusively on women's tennis through one of the betting apps that you can pick any kind of sports you want. And he does pretty good on women's tennis, but I'm not a frat guy. I pledged a fraternity when I was at Auburn. I was active for about a year and a half. And yeah, it wasn't for me. Even though it was different back then, because this was in 1986. I got the shit kicked out of me. I got hazed with a capital H back when hazing was cool and they didn't arrest you for that shit. We did have one guy get kicked out from for excessive hazing, but it was always under the rug because you had these alumni boosters that it's a weird deal. College is a weird deal. I remember a book I read when I was a freshman in college. It was required reading, and I urge y'all to read it if you're thinking about going to college. It's called Carolyn Bird's the author. It's an essay called "College is a Waste of Time and Money." I believe that. Uh oh. The new interface. Lord need him throw up a link. What are you talking about? Throw up the link. Dude, hazing wasn't cool. I'll be honest with you. They always have what they call Hell Week. So we came back from after Christmas and all the pledges had to be there with a bunch of shit. And it started like it was like a 5-day thing. Well, about 18 hours into it, me and a guy that lived in the apartments with me, who was probably my best pledge brother friend, we decided, fuck it. We don't want to do this anymore. So we fucking broke out of the house and left and went back to our apartments. And we figured we were out, right? We fucking left. And then the next morning, the older brothers were knocking on our door talking about how we needed to come back, that our pledge brothers missed us, blah, blah, blah. We bought into it. And when we got to the house, they fucking tied us together. We had about 3 feet of rope between each of us. All right, let me tap on this. Let me tap on this. You look at it. All right. So yeah, I would have easily stayed out of it. However, it was good for meeting people, I guess you'd say, as it were, if you would. And I do have some very good friends from there. Oh, it's one of those. That's the carbon fiber, right? The carbon fiber blade with the carbon. Uh, that's gorgeous, buddy. Is that the one that has a carbon fiber blade with the steel stuck in the bottom? Look at that weight, 1.425 ounces. I would say it is a carbon fiber blade. Dude, that's sick. Is that the actual one that you're looking at? Let me see. Let me see. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Here you go, my friend. A titanium? That's sick, dude. What is that material that looks Damascus on the lock bar? What is that? Is that like some kind of moku tie or something? That's a gorgeous knife. Damasteel lock bar. That's what it is? Hey, it would look good on you, buddy. And it's a gorgeous knife. And he's making these? It's gorgeous. Hey, Lord Needham, the first ones that came out that weren't as full dress, they were well over 1,000, weren't they? Or were they close to that? I remember when I saw a few reviews because I don't think they've ever been out in any large numbers. Show y'all a knife that's nowhere near that kind of cool, but I reviewed it, and I'm not a Riot fan, but I reviewed this knife that my buddy A to Z had. Have y'all ever seen a Riot GTR? Jason Van Camp. Yeah, that's a nice knife, dude. I mean, I would say if you've got an opportunity and you can afford it and it won't push you back, I get a lot of joy out of a knife. So this is a Riot that I was not even that interested in when he bought it, and then I reviewed it, and it's an integral. It reminded me of a skiff because of this big nipple washer, but it's M390, harpoon blade. You've got an integral, but you've got all this milling, like this backspacer, which is not a backspacer because it's part of a integral, is totally milled out. You've got this milling here, here, and on both sides. And you can middle finger flick this. I've never seen a lock bar that is so symmetrical with the pivot either. But anyway, I reviewed this knife. It's a big knife. It's 8.86 inches. And I was blown away. Absolutely blown away. $450 is more than I'd spend, and it was a bigger knife than I would normally carry, but it was a lot
Next up,
lighter.
we have
I don't want to hear all this shit. What are you going to show? Talk, David.
very, very nice, very cool stuff, and a lot to appreciate. 3.6-inch harpoon-tipped M390 blade with a hand-rubbed horizontal grain. I'm assuming it's hand-rubbed.
And I've
but
got a review
real
on it.
Premium-feeling horizontal grain on there. Quite nice indeed. And every which way you look
And I think they
at these
made
titanium handles, there's something going on. It is
300
integral,
posts.
like I mentioned, but it's got tons of stuff. Cheese grater front is what we're calling it right here. It's not actually sharp. You're not actually going to grate cheese, but you got a little bit of.
But anyway, very cool knife. Very cool knife. And there's weird stuff out there. Jason did the video of how he made them. Kyle, I was not enthralled with it when I saw the construction, and I handled one somewhere, and it was one of those knives that feels unlike anything in a good way than I'd ever felt before. It was a totally different vibe. Hey, Needham, were you in here when I showed you or showed everybody that Blade HQ has some Ariuses in, some flipperless too? But it looks like they've gone up. Blade HQ. Arius, share. Let's see how many are still in stock. And I don't think they're selling out like they used to. But they've got a full size coming in. But they've got the quarter pattern flipperless, which I would love. So if anybody has been hunting that Arius and has a little less than short of $1,000 to drop, they are in stock. And I got an affiliate code. And then it looks like they've got a full size coming in. This knife was way too big for me, though. But why is it $100 less? Is it because it doesn't have some of the appointments? It doesn't have the fancier stuff? They've got a couple of micarta. Look at this, $500. Oh, frame lock. What gives? CTS XHP. Why is that $215? All right, that's M390. I don't know about y'all, but I think the micarta at $500 and CTS XHP. Seems like a big price difference. Surprising. And they've got some DLC. They got a bunch coming in. So it's getting ready to be Arius time. I don't see any full-size flipperless, but I see a shitload. All right, so what's going on with this? So they're doing one with blade steel that's $200 less. What am I missing? What's the style 57? An old listing. Thank you. Thank you. Out of stock, out of stock. That helps me. There are only 3 in stock. Thank you. Yes, I am an idiot. I've got to send all these knife companies a Javon helpful tip. Do not have a pop-up on your fucking website for people to sign up for your newsletter when they've already signed up for your newsletter. So let's just take a peek. I've not looked lately. Vero Nova. Minis. Vero. Little guy. .5 inches. That's kind of a cool little knife, just size-wise. .62 LMAX. $250. I've never BP custom knives yet. I don't know if y'all go to GP Knives or River's Edge Cutlery, but you can find some pretty wacky stuff. Why don't you get you a curved Chiquita Banana Heretic? Why? Why? I won't spend a lot of time here. I was just going to see if there was anything. Dead Reckon I'm not familiar with. I'm really getting more into Pena. Vero Utility. So those are his kitchen knives. See, I think Vero's EDC fixed blades, which I own one of. I own a micarta. $285 is what I paid for it. I think that's a little high. A lot high. McNeese's are in stock. Here's a little Naflander fixed blade, little S35 VN sheep's foot, little 5.9-inch knife. But I just like checking out the new shit, like at look at DLT last, and then we'll be done with that. Protect. I like the shape of this knife. That's an expensive one. But I like that oligarch. I know it's not everybody's jam. $400 lion steel. Hard pass. That's just me, though. That is just me. So, not a lot happening at DLT. What I found out about DLT, you can get a lot of good stuff. Ooh, the compadre. I'd love a compadre, but I don't have $279. But you can find a lot of good stuff at DLT on their restocks. Stuff that for me might as well be new. Nothing blowing my skirt up there. But anyway, those are the sites I go to. And then I'll go to White Mountain and get mad because I don't have pictures on their new releases on all of them. Like that Tucson. But White Mountain Knives has some cool, I found some really cool fixed blade knives there. I've gotten a lot of good knives. I went through a Tucson addiction. I've given most of those away, except I think one. But Tucsons are great knives, and nobody carries more in stock than White Mountain Knives. But he needs to get up on the pictures. And Pyrotech, they had a fixed blade out there. I don't know if y'all saw it. Had removable scales, just a regular S35V fixed blade. $385 freaking dollars. I was like, pass. Hard pass. Go to it. What, did I not spell it right? Here it is right here. So this is a sheep's foot S35VN basic bitch knife, if you ask me, for $325. I can't get behind that. No matter what. I couldn't get behind that if it was Magna Cut. Couldn't get behind it if it was. It's more expensive than their folders, for God's sakes. Ooh, guys, this is in stock. If you want a little fixed blade, I used to have this. One of y'all want it. This is an M390 little pocket fixie for $54.99. It's 5.43 inches. You can put an ulti clip on it. Use Javon 10. Save another $5.40. But yeah, I'll sometimes go over here and just go knives, fixed blades. There's a really cool, or there was a very cool Tucson on here. There's that Nico, $54. That's a cool Tucson, but that's not the one I was talking about. How long is that? 7.28. Very cool knife, cool grind. Then you got this micro. Ultim. Blade material YJ01-V01. It's tiny. I wouldn't waste my time on that. But the one I was going to show you, they still got it. Hold on. In 1 second. There's that crazy Pyrotech. Here it is. So this is a Tucson carbon fiber handle M390. Kind of looks like a Nessmuck. But I bet you that's a very well-made, sharp knife. Hey, guess what? We have a guest. Can you say hey to Eggs and Ham?
What up?
What's going on, buddy?
Nada, same struggles with the camera as last time.
Well, I see you clearly.
Yeah, it's working now, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I was sharing and y'all couldn't see. See, where it's all we do our best here. It doesn't always work out. So, do you work on weekends or are you off for the week? Is this your Friday?
My Fridays are Thursday, but lately we've been working an extra day of overtime, which my overtime day is Saturday.
That's a good thing, though, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, having split days off, I have school stuff due on Sunday, so I can't really work Sundays and
How much
Fridays.
longer do you have?
Should be done by the end of this year, if not early next year.
That's awesome, dude. Do you have any plans, or are you just kind of taking it by ear?
Seeing
when
what
I
happens.
say plans, any contacts that you've been?
I mean, I already have jobs lined up if I want to go the whole counseling for addiction route. So
I think that I go to 12-step meetings, and I'm in, I guess, the 12th step. I'm not any means a counselor, but I would think that that would be not only rewarding, but it would also be very heart tugging, because there's such the best that you can do, and you uncover things in people, and I can just remember people falling off the wagon that came to meetings every single day, and then something just, it's just tragic.
yeah,
Addiction's a tough thing, and I think more people, I think it's under treated. Even with all the news, I don't think there are enough people out there to give people help, to give people hope. It's more hope than help.
yeah,
I
it's a lot more hope.
I kicked a 13 to 15, 10 milligram. At the time, they were Narcons and Lortabs. It was like a 13-year addiction. But I kicked it without going to rehab.
Mm-hmm.
And
Opiates are the hardest.
It was horrible. Well, I hear benzos are worse. But
benzos are hard. You go psychotic.
Yeah, I hear they can kill you. I hear that and alcohol are the two things that you can have seizures and die from.
Yeah, benzos and alcohol are the only two things that can actually kill you. But when it comes to actual pain of withdrawal, opiates are the worst.
Oh, dude, it was. My family didn't even know what I was going through because they thought I had a real bad flu for about 45 days. I was really sick, and I was doing something that was not smart. I was using a substance that I knew I wouldn't get addicted to keep my dopamine levels from just bottoming out, just to get through the day. But I was still sick. But the worst part of it was for 90 to 100 days, I had restless leg syndrome. Have you ever had that or experienced anybody with that when you lay in bed and all of a sudden your legs aren't comfortable?
Yeah, I mean, I had restless leg syndrome. I still have it to this day. I have it more during the day where my leg just wants to do this all day if I'm sitting in a chair or something. But at night, I don't really get it. But during the day, like when I'm trying to.
Congratulations, Neil McKenzie.
Yeah, absolutely. Congrats, man.
And I'm telling you, man, what did it for me was not, I didn't want to necessarily quit when I went in there. I went in there for my first meeting, and for some reason, I'm one of the weird people that heard something in there or something spiritually, because I'm not a religious guy. Something happened that took away my need to go home and drink that night. And then when I got on the day at a time thing and started getting days behind me, and then those groups, it's not like if you ever came in smelling like alcohol, anybody would give you a hard time. They try to pick you up,
Yeah, they know exactly what's going on.
Down. Yeah, you don't want to let those people down.
Yeah, I mean, I had, what was it, over 12 and a half years of sobriety. At age 38, I was like, you know what, dude? I'm getting old. Like, alcohol was never my issue. So, I don't know. If I want a beer, I drink a beer.
Nothing wrong with that.
It's not the end of the world. You know what I mean? But I keep a close eye on it. And I know, being a former addict, if things get out of hand, if I want this every single day, if I can't stop at one, if I can't put a beer down after dinner and still have a little bit left and be like, oh my God, I have to finish it. Like, all right, I might have a problem again.
Well, you've got the wisdom of being there before. See, I think that would also keep me from, because I promised myself I never wanted to feel that way again. Because at first, for the first 5 years, I loved, and I was always a professional addict. So I always worked. Nobody would ever know I had a problem unless I didn't have what I needed. But for a long time, I had no consequences, and it was great. And then I'll never forget, the day that I realized that it was a monkey on my back, not a choice, when I didn't have some and got sicker than shit.
Yeah, opiates will definitely do that to you.
Just horrible, horrible, horrible stuff. And there's so many people that struggle with it. And what I always want people to know is there's hope. I mean, you can look at serious rock stars, and I don't like to idolize rock stars, but people that should have died. Because I know if I'd have been in a band and I had access to that kind of money, I would not be alive right now. I didn't have the self-control. I know better. But when you've got people like Keith Richards, who's allegedly sober now, don't know what that means, because for me, I think I could drink again, but I'm not going to, only because what happened to me is I would always drink and drink and drink, but it wasn't just the alcohol. That would always get me on the phone hunting either snow or something. I would never just drink. I would plan to just drink, but I'd get to a point to where, all right, I've got to blah, blah, blah. And it was just like a Pavlovian dog. So I call myself now kind of California sober, where I haven't had alcohol in over 9 years. Haven't had any narcotics, anything outside of a few fungus experiences, and that I'm not opposed to medical marijuana. A lot of people are. A lot of people, like, I know my sponsor did not agree with me. My sponsor didn't agree with what my psychiatrist, who actually got me in AA, had me prescribed on for my ADHD. So you've got to learn what's right for you, right? It doesn't matter what other people think. It's what works for you.
Yeah, and I mean, it's ultimately up to you and your decisions and what you feel comfortable with. Speaking of ADHD, I have ADHD. I have depression. I have anxiety. I don't take any medications for any of those things.
Good for you. What do you do? Exercise or breathe or just go through
meditation? Meditation definitely helps. Yeah.
I've got depression and ADHD, and they put me on a small dose of Abilify, which I didn't want to be on because I didn't want to be on any what they call STEDs or whatever.
Abilify, I think, is a inhibitor.
This is one of those things. I take a small dose of that, and I'd quit taking it. And then I went and I told my therapist I didn't think I needed it anymore. My psychiatrist, she was like, no, that's to help you not relapse. And I'm like, I'm not going to fucking relapse because, I've told you my story there. But I do take Adderall because my ADHD was off the chain. I didn't get diagnosed till I was 46. Maroney, I will tell you that they are medicine. They are gifts from the gods. And if you use them responsibly and you have an open mind when you use them, they changed my life. The first time I used to be an avid bird hunter because my dad was. So I'd hunt doves, I'd hunt ducks. Every season would be out opening day. After my first psychedelic experience, I could never shoot another animal. I could never go dove hunting. I couldn't go duck hunting. I just didn't want to end anything's life unless it was a person coming to fuck with me. But yeah, I think there's a lot of natural, not just, I think mental health and health care has kind of been exploited. I watched the thing that Tim Dillon did. I don't know if y'all are familiar with him. He's a comedian, but it was just one of his rants where he was showing cartoon pictures that were being drawn while he was ranting, and how the media and the government basically wants us to be consumers. They want us to be on drugs. I mean, it was just the pharmaceutical companies, I'm convinced, are not there to get you well. They're there to treat you and to keep treating you.
No, I mean, there's a whole documentary on how OxyContin came about, that whole family, and their whole thoughts and demeanor behind their...
And the rah-rah sales meetings like we used to have at the card business when the big pill came across the ceiling.
Yeah, if you go and watch, like, it's not, I don't know if it's necessarily a documentary. It's more of a, like,
an uncovering
theatrical cover of, like, what happened. But, like, that family is psychotic. Like, that is psychotic.
And
Like,
didn't
they don't
they
care about people, they just care about the money. They didn't care about anything.
and the more and I watch too many podcasts, but it almost seems like once you get $1 billion or more, you no longer care about money, you care about control and influence.
Yeah. Yeah, then it becomes about power, yes.
Becomes about power, which to me, I wonder, because just to have enough money to get by, I mean, I'm not lazy, but I wouldn't strive to go fuck people over or try to vaccinate everybody because I work with a vaccine company or whatever the case may be. I think I would find a hobby. I think there's a lot to be said for having a really nice boat and spending time on it and traveling with your family.
Yeah. And that's what a lot of addiction comes down to. It's like you used your addiction to kill time. You used your addiction to feel a certain way. Like, you're not necessarily addicted to the substance, you're addicted to the feeling. So it's like finding something to replace that is one of the hardest things to do. It's like you have to know yourself.
Well, for me, and it's not that it wasn't as dangerous, but my knife buying when I was working was just like my drug addiction.
Mhm.
It was the dopamine of it being inbound. It would come in, I'd unbox it, I'd play with it for a second, I'd put it in a case, and I'd order something else. And I
Mhm.
just always had to have something coming in.
Yeah, it's like
Before
that
I
for
found a
a
knife
lot of things.
community, I was doing it with effects pedals and musical shit.
Mhm. I do
Just
the
because
same
I
thing with
had this
cars.
money that I'd freed up because I wasn't buying a Hinderer every other day and eating it.
Yeah, some people's food, some people's sex, some people's cars, some people's, could vary.
Food. Food's a big
definitely
one.
a big one, yeah.
For salt, that's so true. And I'll tell you, I deal with my dad and his dementia. He's 83. His dad died really young. And I don't want my dad to die, but there's not the care is not there. And my dad is affluent. But there's just not enough people to take care of this huge aging population. And we had to turn off his home phone because there's an entire industry that all they do is prey on old people because at this time in life, they're more elderly than there ever have been. And there's scams where they'll call these people and they'll know their grandkid's name and say your grandkid's in trouble. My dad, we caught him because we took his car away. And he wasn't real happy about it because he's a retired attorney, but he couldn't drive anymore. He doesn't know what day it is. And we intercepted him trying to transfer $30,000 out of one of his accounts to a guy who was allegedly going to deliver him a car to his house.
Crazy.
And he had instigated the transfer. My brother stopped it.
Yeah,
But
I don't know.
can't imagine how many people get taken by people like that. And it's just sad because the care is not there for those elderly people unless you're really well off. It's just sad.
Yeah, I mean, scams are becoming more and more prevalent these days. Like, every single day I get scam calls of like, hey, your loan, would you like to receive this loan? It's like, bro, like, I never applied for a loan. Like, and I'll answer sometimes and be like, oh yeah, who am I? Because they have no fucking clue.
There's a guy on
who you are.
YouTube, and I'll never answer those calls. If you're not in my phone, you go to voicemail, and I rarely listen to my voicemail. So I always, if you ever get an email from me, my cell number's on there. If you just text me and tell me who you are, I'll put you in my phone. But I always try to think I'm savvy, right? I was on the internet a year and a half ago, and this is back when the shilling, not the nightshade, but what was that other knife that had the shilling blade? It was a nicer knife. It was about a $250 knife. And I was on Google, searched it, and I got a paid result. It was probably the third. It was above the fold, but it was a knife store I hadn't heard about. And it had a bunch of knives. I forget this brand, but a bunch of these knives, they were all under $100, like 99. It was a closeout site. And so I put this knife in my cart. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, kind of feeling weird about it, thinking it was way too low. And then when I went to checkout, it took me to PayPal and defaulted me to friends and family to some dude. Well, I was half asleep and I did it. And I immediately thought, oh, I fucked up. And I reached out to PayPal and they're like, we can't help you. And then I reported through Google the website as being a fraudulent site. That site was up for 3 weeks. Back when I watched Tri-States Live, about 2 months later, he was going through shopping like he does on his live streams, and he came across a site that was built almost the exact same way, but different knives, showed up on Google, and was nothing but fraud.
Yep.
I mean,
it's like that
mainstream
with everything.
fraud.
Everything.
Yeah.
Websites are getting copied
anything.
everywhere. And unfortunately, it's getting to that point where you need to get like a lot of VPN services nowadays have like fraud detecting website features. There's some you can download on your computer, but there's a lot of sites that are just fishing for your info because they'll sell your info. They want to know where you live, what you normally are shopping for, and all of that just gets recorded.
Dude, it's I did 12 years in digital marketing, and towards the last 5 years, it was very data driven. So data is a commodity, right? So anytime you give your email address, I signed up, I got a little MK3 mini lab keyboard, and I had to get some software downloaded, and I opted out of any of the promotional shit, and my inbox gets filled with that every day. But anytime you drop any little piece of data, it gets put together in a chain. There are laws in the country that allow companies like our company or digital ad companies to pull pools of that data together to identify an audience. We can't identify that it's Eggs or that it's Javon, but we know that there's a male who buys this type of stuff, and we want to serve him ads that he might react to, which sounds like a good thing, and it actually is. But if you think about how that could be nefariously turned around, and for us to think that it's not being nefariously turned around, in the last 2 years, we came up with the technology. We didn't come up with it, but it's out there where if you're a company and let's say you've got prospects, you're a roofer, and you only want to deliver digital ads to people that are your customers, you can take your CRM data, you can upload it to this third-party company. They will match it with IPs, and they can either give you just that audience or that audience and people that have the same attributes within whatever mile radius you want.
Yep.
So data, when I look at data, I don't look at it as scary because socials are out there, sure. And I think we've all been part of a data breach. I was part of Blade HQs. I still have LifeLock or something from. But I think when you've got people calling, I mean, literally, I would shoot somebody if they showed up with a car at my dad's house, and I'd go to jail for it. Scotch and Things, what's up? Are you still traveling, dude? Paul, don't give up, dude. There should be resources out there. Scotch, are you through with your golf trip? Are you back home?
No, I'm home.
Are you wanting on? Or are you doing family time? I'm going to send you a link. You don't have to click on it. Have you met Scotch and Things, Eggs?
I don't believe I have.
Scotch, this is Old G Eggs and Ham. If you can join, I'm going to send you a link. And then we'll have to bail for Maddie at some point.
Maddie.
Sid Faction. Sid Faction. I missed the honey bucket last night. Have you ever seen Stevie's honey bucket on Thursday nights?
No.
He does a vertical live out by this porta potty that spies Municipal Airport. It is it's great, dude. He does a vertical live, and he brings people in there. When we were doing Jason Brown's fundraiser, people come in there and they troll, right? So they're just like, who's this guy that looks like he's from ZZ Top? And Stevie makes friends with them. And this one guy came in, and we were talking about the Jason Brown fundraiser that was coming up. And the guy started asking questions. And then the guy dropped a $20 super chat because Steve said, I'm taking all my YouTube earnings this month and I'm donating it to the Brown family. And so this kid from Canada dropped a 20, and then we kept talking about it because that's what the live was about. And he said, I want to try to come by the live, but make sure this gets to his family. And he dropped 100. So that guy dropped 120 to support somebody who he was just hearing people talk about. So I think there's a lot to be said for the way Stevie does those vertical lives, because it shows up on people's live page. So people that would never see that you're going live are exposed to it. In a hypochondriac.
I was just reading that and I was like, what is that phobia? I have the same. I probably have that because I have a very rational fear or irrational fear of death.
I used to.
I don't like thinking about death in any way, shape, or form.
That's what it is.
Rabbit hole. It sends me down a really bad rabbit hole.
Yeah,
so
we won't talk about it, but you defined it perfectly.
Yeah. I was looking it up right there on the side. I was like, what is that phobia? I was curious.
Damn, Paul. Is there anything that I guess you've tried medication, everything that you could try? Yeah, that's and I won't bring it up, but that's what happened to that young guy who's in jail now. Evidently, he'd had some surgeries that were covered but weren't needed that messed his whole back up. That and other things kind of sent him down a rabbit hole, I think.
Why did he
and
have
surgeries can
he didn't need?
Yeah, something like that. But medicine, surgeries, I know my uncle had collapsed discs. And I think back surgery is one of the ones that's, I don't know if it's 50-50 or it's gotten better, but it could be great. It could be worse. Good, Homer.
I mean, I have tons of back and neck issues. I go see a chiropractor, but
yeah, unfortunately,
that is what it is.
You just have to kind of go through it. It's always worse for me in the morning than when I get moving. I can remember when I was a kid, my dad would always do stretching back exercises in the morning before he went to work. And I need to get some kind of routine where I'm stretching out better. And I think yoga, meditation, anything where you stretch and breathe is good for you. Because what I learned when my dad was diagnosed with dementia, because we don't think it's Alzheimer's because he's had it for 6-7 years. And it's, he knows us, but he doesn't know what day it is. But I've watched a bunch of TED Talks and tried to learn about it when he first had it. And some scientists think that, hey, it's an aging population, so you're seeing more of it. But this kind of makes sense. They say when people are stressed, and I catch myself doing it, they hold their breath.
Yep.
And if you do that over your life, you're slowly depleting your brain of oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
And Absolutely. They think that there could be a correlation between not doing your regular deep breathing and not breathing like you should that gives you more or less of an option or opportunity to get dementia. So deep breathing is good. Anything that brings stress down. But it's a TED Talk that was fascinating. If you Google dementia and
TED Talks are amazing.
Breathing. Oh, they are. Some of them are great.
I love TED Talks.
I do too. I always love to learn stuff.
Yeah, it's a great platform. Like if you're curious about a particular subject, if you literally type in that subject into Google and type TED Talk, you'll probably find one on it. It's actually insane.
Exactly. Have you ever heard of a guy named Simon Sinek?
That name sounds very familiar, actually.
He did a TED Talk, and it's kind of businessy, but it's more human nature-y. You get a chance, check out Simon Sinek's TED Talk. We've got another guest, and I'm going to introduce you kids. Scott,
I have seen this guy's TED Talk.
Welcome home.
Thank you.
How'd you shoot him?
Good and bad.
What'd you do to your wrist? Is that just a pain patch?
Where'd
you cut it?
Band-Aid. That's a big Band-Aid.
We had an incident in
Did you get bitten by a bobcat?
Got pushed It was our last night there,
You had
and
to fight?
last night there, having a good time. We're at a place called Patty's, and it's big open air bar, and it's got a ping pong table. And we're like, oh, cool, let's play some ping pong. And whoever was in front of us was done. And so I walk over and grab one of the paddles. And this girl walks over, and I said, oh, how do you, is this like pool? How do you do next or whatever? And then, like, so I've got the paddle in this hand. Dude, I'm 49. I'm too old for this shit. And all of a sudden, like, so I'm over here, like, hey, how do you get next in ping pong? Is it like pool? There's no quarters to put down or whatever. And someone starts fucking pulling on this paddle. So I just kind of pull it back. I'm like, what's going on, dude? And so she's answering me, and I look, I get fucking just sucker punched right here.
What?
Yeah. I got.
How old were these people?
I'd say they're probably mid-20s.
Were you alone or were you with peeps?
My buddies were over on the other side. So I just get fucking sucker punched, and it hits me like, dude, it hit me so hard though. Like if he would have, it probably would have knocked me out if he would have got me somewhere in the face.
Well, because you're not looking for it. You're not leaning.
And I'm like, and I just kind of turn around and he kind of skitters off, and I'm like, what the fuck, man? And I kind of laugh it off, and that pissed him off more. And then a bouncer walks over, and he's like, you got to go. I'm like, you saw what happened. I just got sucker punched, right? He's like, yeah, I know, but both parties have to go. I'm like, whatever. So I literally get out the door. I'm talking to this other bouncer. I'm like,
were your buddies with you yet?
They're starting to walk out. And I'm just like, dude, like how I'm the one that was hit. How do I get kicked out? I didn't start any shit. And he's like, yeah, that's just our rule. And then I just get hit from behind. Dude fucking tackles me. And I'm like, dude, the guy hit me and I laughed, you know.
Same guy?
I don't know who, him and his friend, one of his friends tackles me from fucking behind. And then I just lost my shit. That's how that, like, from hitting the ground, like, just didn't know. I'm literally talking, like, I'm facing the door and the bouncer, and from back, I just get tackled. And then I was just like, fuck this shit. And by the time I got up, my buddies were out trying to hold me back because I was like,
you're about to kill somebody.
I was just seeing red. So yeah, my one buddy was like, on our way back to the hotel, he's like, I couldn't fucking hold you back. But with him and a couple other guys and a bouncer, they got me off the guy. And
what was the bouncer doing when the guy hit you? Did he not just go right for the guy?
He was on the other side of the room, and he saw it, but he kicked me out and was going to kick.
No, I'm talking about when he hit you outside when you were talking to the bouncer.
Oh, they helped find my fucking, knock my fucking glasses off my head. The dude hit me like a linebacker. Again, from behind, I didn't even see it coming. So, Paul, it's funny because I talked to Todd Heater today and told him about it. I had the heater in my pocket, and I was gonna fucking pull a Shane on this kid. I was so pissed off. I was gonna Shane him.
Neil, I would love to. I'm gonna start doing vertical lives during the week. We will do one.
So that was it. It just was kind of a bummer to the end of a really great trip. I have no idea what I did other than wouldn't give this dude the paddle when he tried to. That was it. No words were ever said.
Sounds like he was tweaking or something. I mean,
dude, I have no idea.
Were they big guys like maybe roid rage?
One guy was the dude that hit me was, I don't know, probably shorter than me. But man, he was trying to clean my clock. I mean, my neck is still swollen up from where he punched me. But I just kind of laughed because it didn't hurt. I mean, at the time it was just like, what the, you just get hit and you're like, what the hell?
Did you get any licks in?
No, dude. I mean, I got on the guy, but that's when they pulled me off. And then it was probably like, they're like, hey, cops might be coming, time to go. But like, dude, I haven't fought since I was in my 20s. Like, this is bullshit.
But I know I think the last fight I was in was probably 32 years ago.
And that's why we like that old part of Scottsdale, Old Town Scottsdale, or whatever it's called, because they're just kind of dive bars, right? Where you can go get some cheap beers and just kind of chill out. It's not the club scene. And dude, I have no idea what this guy's problem was.
Were there chicks involved? You said a chick came up first. Were they maybe trying to impress?
There was a girl that was there, and I just said, all I said to her was, "Is this like pool? How do you get next?" On the ping pong table, fucking ping pong table. So those were the only words that were spoke until the guy hit me, and I turned around and laughed at him. I was like, "What the fuck, dude?" And I laughed because like he put all his mind into it, and I was still standing
I
up.
would have taken that ping pong paddle, and if I was as far as from here to the wall, I would have fucking impaled it right between his eyes.
It was the stupidest. Like, I wish I was half my age, but it's stupid. There's no reason for that shit.
No, I mean, it should never come to that. I mean, expect a cheap shot's the worst. If y'all were sitting there mouthing off, if y'all were like squared off, that's
and like I said, I'm literally just standing outside talking to the bouncer, waiting for my buddies to come out, and just bam. So,
and you're considerably. I'm not taking this away from you, but they could tell you are an older guy. You're not their age.
That's maybe they thought they could show off. I have no idea because there was really no context. It just happened.
No, it just happened so quick, and it was over before you knew it.
And I was just really confused, like, what the fuck is going on?
Wife will be supervising all future boy trips.
So, did you see Dave on the way down and the way back?
It was Dave. So Saturday, we flew in Saturday morning, and Dave rode up. My buddies all went to Barrett Jackson, and I hung out, waited for Dave, and then Dave and I went to D&K Knives.
Yeah.
And hung out with Don for like 3 hours. Super cool. And, then we just then we went back to the hotel and just BS'd for a couple hours, and then went out and had dinner and came back to the hotel and BS'd. So
he's awesome, man. That's probably worth the trip.
Yeah, it was good. It was good because in the last couple of years we'd seen each other he was there for like a total of 2 hours. So
the last fight I was in 2 years before, I'd pulled into my duplex, and this guy came walking around. He's a lot bigger than me. And he knew me. I didn't know him. And he started talking shit. And before I knew it, he punched me in my mouth. And so I walked just into my duplex because I was kind of taken back too. And my lip was bleeding. I was like, fuck, who was that dude? And I later found out who he was. He didn't live next door in my duplex, but he was over there visiting him. So fast forward 3 years later, my fiance at the time, my roommate, and me were leaving this bar called Darnell's. It was about 2:30, and we'd parked right at this place. If you've ever been to Auburn, it's called J&L Bookstore, right next door to what this bar was, Darnell's. And as we're walking across the parking lot, it's about 2:15 in the morning. From behind this bookstore, I see this motherfucker walking towards me across the parking lot. Same dude, 3 years later. So my fiance had no idea what was going on. My buddy didn't have anything to know what was going on, but he got about from here to this little wall, which is about 4 feet, and I fucking double-legged him. He had no idea what was happening. He went straight to his back. I'm a lot smaller than him, so all I did was controlled his legs and got up and put both my thumbs in his eyes. So I'm holding his fucking eyeballs. His eyes are shut, and I'm sitting there just squeezing. My fiance was pissed. He was like, "You've lost your mind. You're going crazy." I'm like, "You don't understand. I'm protecting you guys. This fucking dude's psycho."
That's I guess kids fight differently nowadays. I guess it's all about sucker punches, and I don't know. I've never been in a fight like that. I've never been in a fight. I didn't know I wasn't even in a fight till.
But you've been. They could have been a hell of a lot more drunk than you. There could have been chicks there. And it's not taking their side. It's just you never know what was going on in their world.
Yeah,
I would have gotten at least a ping pong paddle against the head of one of them. Possibly. Pocket Metal, what's up, brother?
Pocket Metal.
You got a link, my friend. If you're free, it's in your IG.
So what else is new though?
Man, it's been low key around here. The only thing I've gotten. Ooh, check this out. This is my buddy got this today. Have you ever heard of Very Good Knife Company?
I've heard you guys talk about them before.
Nope.
Look at the grind on that.
Is it a dude and his wife, if I remember right?
Yeah, a dude and his wife, and the dude is a younger guy, and I can say this because the wife told me. The guy, this business has been around for 2 years, but the guy that owns it, Jeremy, has been grinding knives for about 12. He ground knives for his dad. And
didn't he do like art knives or something?
Yeah, he did the art knives, and they had a falling out. And the dad recently removed them from their childhood home that he wasn't living in. So Jeremy lost the shop and the house. They just got relocated, and they're making knives again. But this knife right here, that if you look at it closely, if you look at the plunges, if you look at the way he chamfers the ricotta, it's just a work of art. $139. And this one's
that on my hand.
I think he has them cut. I think he has them water jets, and the rest, all the grinds are done by hand. All the scales are done by hand.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Really nice knives. And I was going to show Shane, he makes a great sheath. He makes a great taco sheath. And I know that's been the bane of Shane's existence. I finally ordered one from Shane. Scotch.
What'd you get?
A Joke Wolf.
Oh, cool. Did you get it yet, or?
No, I hadn't gotten it yet. I told him to finish it. He's got to put scales on it. I told him to fill his other orders first. He ran into that heat treatment. You knew about that, where he was behind for a while. Eggs, you're out on the West Coast, aren't you, buddy?
Nevada.
I got you. And Scotch is in, is it Nebraska?
Yep.
And you didn't get to go see Donzo?
Who?
Donzo the Clown.
Oh, no, I haven't got to see Donnie yet.
Donnie carries one when he's in lives. Have you seen his work, Eggs? Were you here when he...
Donnie?
Bless Knives?
No.
Stevie's got one, and this guy makes everything by hand. So tell me, Scott, he doesn't use any tools except like a drill press.
Yeah, it's just basic. I mean, he cuts everything out with a bandsaw and flattens everything by hand, and everything's by hand.
All right, let me show you this.
Other than the simple hand tools he's got.
Well, the work he put in on your lock bar insert was insane because it's all file work.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, I just read that comment.
So check this out, Eggs.
That's 5 doors knife.
I like the finishing on the blade.
That one's cool looking. I really like that one he did with the fucking with the alien stuff on it from the movie.
I like that little bit shorter one he does. Look at that.
I love the blade finish. I love the backspacer.
And if you see him when he's working on them, because like he had, there's a picture of Scotch's.
Hey, is this thing on? What the fuck?
It's on.
Go up.
I'm not a fan of thumb discs though, but
you know Stevie's a Wu-Tang fan.
Ooh, caution.
He's got studs. But this one,
I like his blade shapes that Warney.
Mine was up one. Go up. Mine was up a little bit.
Yours is right here, right?
No, go up. The finished one is.
Okay, this is the unfinished. There's the zirconium.
Are you sure that's unfinished?
It was a build your. That's how he sent it to me. It was a build your own knife kit.
Finish it yourself,
and, yours is right
and then let
here,
me know
right
how
here.
it comes out.
Nope, go up a little bit more. Up. Right there.
Right in the middle.
Fucking goddamn comments in front of my fucking.
And
face.
these are called his Ripley's. He's got another knife he makes that this is kind of a little bit big for me, but he makes everything except the hardware he makes by hand.
He's got the Newt, which is
the grind doesn't look that aggressive unless you look at it like straight blade down. Oh, it's harpoonedy. Okay,
and then the Vapor.
And if he shows that
it's
lock
just the
bar
top,
insert,
okay.
all that jimping in that lock bar insert, he said took him almost as much time.
It's nice though. I like the warnies.
Yeah, he makes some sweet knives. And the what's that other one called? His
The
little
Vapor.
one? Is that
Go to that one right there.
Close the comment.
That's nice.
Oh, that's a Tonto Ground Ripley. Where's the Vapor?
There's the one he just did for himself.
Is this it right here?
That's
awesome.
Ripley, but he did that for himself.
I thought it said someone else got that.
Oh, I thought he said he did it for himself.
I don't know because it's.
Is that a Vapor by Ripley?
Yeah, that's a Vapor and a Ripley.
God damn it! Will you move this comment?
Okay, sorry, bring it up there. You guys know that I'm gone. I should put you up higher, Pocket Metal.
I thought that was Pocket Metal's screen for when he was gone.
Oh, I'm on bottom now.
No, I'm going to put me on bottom. There you go. I'll put you in the.
If you would just add me back, highlight comments and close them.
Well, see, I was on another page. Mark Parks has got something for us to look at. Hold on one sec.
I've still been banned from Javon from being able to help you guys highlight comments since Javon's terrible at it.
I've got to get another a monitor. I think I'd be much better off with another monitor. So is
monitors
this
are key?
Your ADHD keeps you from paying attention to shit.
Well, it's hard because I'm in between. You know how it goes when you get in between medication cycles.
Javon, how long have we been doing this together?
3 years.
You've been in medication cycles the entire fucking time.
Do you see how he's flattening that?
I don't think he's flattening it. I think he's testing to see if it is
Yeah,
flat.
He's testing how flat it is. It's
He's trying to
zero.
get it all to the same flatness.
It's
That's
all
not him
zeroed.
flattening it, though. That's it being shown that it's all the same flatness.
Yeah, he hand sands it and then does
Oh,
that.
okay. Now he's just going through gauging. I got you. And
Yeah, he's
Ed just
gauging
says,
it.
"Look,
Yeah, it's not moving at all.
That's awesome.
I mean, Donzo does have it going on. Now, his personality holds him back, but we forgive him for that.
I don't think his personality holds him back. I think he's fucking hilarious.
He is hilarious. You didn't say that the first time you met him.
Once again, his
I know.
in the
I'm
comments,
kidding.
like a half hour behind, and Scotch was telling us a story about his daughter battling cancer.
I know.
Stupid shit in the comments because he was a half hour behind. So I told him to go fuck himself. And next time I see him, I'll tell him to go fuck himself again.
And he'll take it. He's
going to come with me to your house so we can play with your toys when we drop Javon off.
I told you in the comments, no one touches the toys.
We'll bring
Look at that,
Javon.
eggs.
Javon will slip you something. You guys will both go off to Happy Land. And
It's Javon, our version of fucking Bill Cosby. What's he slipping me?
And Donnie and I will play with your toys like they did in Seinfeld. We'll just show up with turkey and a big box of box wine.
And those jimps are all done with a file.
That probably takes forever.
But he is that was his table at Blade West.
It's a nice one.
Didn't he make his Moku tie too, Scotch?
No, he orders
No, he
it.
doesn't. That was that guy I met who was Mel Pardue's grandson. But beautiful knives. And they're made right here right there in Nebraska.
Yep.
The Pocket Metal, how have you been, buddy? You got a busy weekend work-wise, or are you settling down?
The whole week of fucking around. Not really a whole week. It was like 2 days of trying to get the stupid 3D printer up and
You're
running.
welcome, Mallory.
My dumb ass, when I got it out of the box, it's got fucking stickers on everything, like on the LCD panel and on the bottom of the fucking vat for the resin and on the build plate. Well, I just grabbed the build plate and I shoved it in its home without taking the fucking sticker off of it. So I set it all up, poured all the shit in there, fucking set the heaters up, set the test print to run. I go back in there and there's fucking nothing on there. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with this stupid fucking thing, right? Fucking losing my goddamn mind, fucking yelling at shit. I also realized that even though I'm using the water washable resin, which I thought would help with the smell, smells like you're fucking melting a plastic factory in my fucking office. So not a good idea to do this inside, even for the water. I'm going to have to they make like cases that you can put them in that have things.
Circulation.
Anyway, I realized that the film was on there, so I had to clean everything back off and then but it was like a 2-hour, the fucking test print takes forever for some reason.
Did you ever get it done?
Yeah. It took me twice. Well, I read it twice. After I realized that the sticker was on there, I didn't realize it printed a little disc that was stuck to the bottom of the vat, and that was blocking the laser from fucking redoing the other one. So I ran it twice. It was like 5 hours of burning plastic smell, smelling the whole fucking house up. And then the next day I took everything apart and cleaned it all and then fucking redid it, and it worked. And now I have to order more shit so that way.
Well, I'm proud to say after probably 8 hours, I have successfully hooked my MIDI Lab 3 to my DAW, and I have recorded my first track that sounds like total fucking shit. Let's see if I can pull it up. Oh, it's so bad, dude. Because I don't have it set, because there's so many different ways you can set this up to like track so it puts your tracks together. I'm just doing it on live loop.
Did he lose his connection? I've never seen the bouncing.
Dave, are you there? Are you there, buddy?
Fine.
Yeah, he loses his camera last time he did Tuesday night. He showed up in his chat, and I was like, dude, I hadn't seen you in forever. All right, it's taking too long to load, and my keyboard is not plugged up, so I need to just kill it.
I tried. I had a feeling somebody was texting me, so I went and checked it, and then now it won't come back up.
Yeah, but you sound good.
Yeah, it sounds great. It's all good. Here, I'm gonna leave and then try to come back, see if it fixes it.
All right, buddy. So, are y'all doing anything fun this weekend, Pocket Metal?
No, just working on software, and then not making it or anything, but learning new software for the printer. I showed you those pictures. Those were like the first 2 days of me using the software. It's like a 3D sculpting, like you start off with a ball and then you try to, like it's clay, but not really.
How do you manipulate it with keystrokes, or are you able to drag?
That was all on the tablet. The first one, so I have one that you can use on the thing, but it's a website. So it's like a free version that I'm using to see if I like the software versus close that. It is on done. Sculpt GL. So it starts off like that. Just a fucking ball. And then you use your pen and fucking start drawing on it.
And as you take that material away, I guess the computer knows that you're not going to need that much material.
It's not, yeah, you either add or subtract, right? So it's set to the brush mode. So it's adding shit. You see it's building up.
Yeah.
So then, you can see that's how you do it. You just sit there.
Oh, because you just rotated it. It looks more egg-shaped now.
It's 3D.
Now, what about if you go, are there places where you can go download stuff that's already been designed if you wanted to just
fuck that shit, make it yourself?
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. If you know how to do that.
There absolutely is. That's why I'm learning this software so I can
If Javon got one of those, he'd just have AI do it all
if you came up with some cool stuff, couldn't you?
I'm only interested in making my own stuff.
Couldn't you license your stuff or like sell the patterns?
So you can, but just like it's So imagine if there was like a free, easy, like, oh, here's a knife and here's the template for it. And you sell they sell these prints, these ideas for like $10 or whatever, or maybe less, and then anyone can print it. But then anyone can also then sell it. So once you sell your thing and give the thing, and that's a big, huge problem with this.
Yeah, because there's no way to stop it. It doesn't have a watermark or anything.
Yeah, they're stealing each other's designs and selling them as their own. And
I watched a thing on people with just like printer farms.
Oh yeah,
sell all these trinkets on Etsy or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, and some like one guy. It was funny. It was just a video. He's like, "What I sell," and he never tells you what he actually sells. But yeah, he's walking through this building that's he's just loading up. It's the old school style with the reels of filament, and he's just like walking by, dropping off all these giant, and he's just got shelf after shelf of all these. And then he basically says he's making parts that people buy to then like glue on to other printing things like handles and shit. And that's like what he's using all these hundreds of fucking machines to make.
Just to make accessories for the machines that are out there printing.
Yeah, for the other people who are like hobbyists that are just making like, 90% of the people are making like figures for fucking D&D or Warhammer or some, fucking tabletop game or some shit.
Have you ever played with fidget sliders?
I fucking can't stand that shit.
Well, I'm going to send you one because this guy makes them out of 3D.
I have one. I don't know who sent it to me. Someone sent me one of these little fucking 3D things.
Yeah. I didn't send you that one because that one doesn't have
one.
real magnets in it. It doesn't look like.
It's got magnets. I use it as a magnet on my filing cabinet over here. That's what
This guy is in Atlanta, and I bought probably 10 from him because I really like the way that they work. I've had some metal ones. I don't like them nearly as much, but he sells these for about $25. And I have no idea what he's printing them for, but all he's doing is printing two sides, and each of the fat sides have the holes, I guess, automatically bored out where he can just drop his magnets in. And he just fuses them together. And you'll notice that all of his designs have different little texture there.
I hear you. I mean, listen, there's a bunch of people making a bunch of shit that someone else likes. I don't know. Fidget things are not my. Oh, that was.
Are you going to bring stuff to market? Hopefully.
What's that?
Do you plan on bringing anything to market, or are you just doing it for a hobby?
It's a hobby now, but yeah, eventually. I mean, once again, I love toys, so I want to make toys. I spend $600 on fucking equipment so far, and I have more money I have more shit I still have to buy.
How hard would it be for you to get the? I know you don't believe in that. Like if you were going to print a Chewy, could you print Chewies for people if you worked out something?
Yeah, I don't want to. That's not that. I didn't make that. Someone else made that.
Well, I know you didn't make it.
I wouldn't. Listen. This was someone's idea. It wasn't my idea. I'm not gonna.
I respect that. I just didn't know. I'm just trying to get one.
Whoever. Terry said he had one. He's gonna get.
I need to reach back out to Terry. You're right.
Here, he just commented. Terry, fucking Texas jackass who doesn't respond to you. Anyways,
Terry, I'm sending you a message right now.
Anywho, no, I mean, if I made something, it would be something that I made and then fucking used for something like that.
They do sell them.
A separate idea for something that's completely not this in any way, shape, or form that I want to make. Sex toys with skulls isn't hot. Yes, it is hot. You don't know what you're talking about. A bunch of little skulls on the dildo. That's gonna, give some.
He's hoping to get placed with them.
We're still in the tentacle era. What are you talking about? Still tentacle stuff.
Instead of all the little suction cups, it can be a bunch of little skulls.
A bunch of little tentacle skulls.
Yeah, little skulls instead of the other things.
So for any of y'all interested in TRM Bulldogs, they are in stock. And I'm going to show Paul if you go to their website and you go to accessories, Paul, they've got washers. They've got a
Terry sent
3-pack
him a
set of
message.
spacers, which is what you need for $8.95.
Get rid of the comments, bro. What the heck?
You can't.
Thanks, Terry. I appreciate you, buddy.
Now, if you could just hit
No,
hide
the pinned
comment.
one.
But TRM is great about selling. If you need any part for any of their knives, like washers.
This is what, this was, something that I was able to help him with when he gave me access. You see that comment right below your face, Javon?
I'm going to remove it. I'm removing it.
No, you're not.
I had to get back to my screen. I'm navigating another screen to show Paul that you can buy a lot of TRM hardware.
Paul knows how to use the internet. He's really good at it. He made it to this website that he's now watching our dumbasses on. He can find TRM.
You can buy screws for $3. It's all good. I'm going back to watch the chat.
Paul's
a
real good.
single backspacer to replace that. I've not seen them. TRM doesn't have them, but I would think somebody made them.
I'm gonna set a timer.
I got the handle of
curious.
TRM.
Of how long?
The Atom the big one? Is the Atom the big one?
Yes.
Yeah, I like that better than the Neutron.
Who actually knows?
I might have set a
No.
stopwatch to see how long this one comment stays on the screen.
That's what I thought you were saying. I think it's going to be there for longer than you know.
I have it on
Paul,
my
I
other
don't
screen.
see, but I'll tell you what I can do is I've got to talk to Mary Ann Halpern next week, and I'll ask them if they've ever thought about that. I'm pushing hard.
That sounds awesome, man. That would be cool.
I'm pushing hard for them to make this in an EDC size knife. I think this knife about the size of a TRM Shadow. This is a big camp knife with like a 5.5-inch blade. But I think if they made a knife like this, it was maybe 7.5 inches overall.
How much was that? They made that here in the
In
US.
the
right?
US, it was $230 something, 20 CV.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Very, very thick, but it's a fixed blade, so it's not as TRM. Believe it or not, if you get into the titanium scales, it's expensive for them to produce that. I've talked to them about it, but like if you just go in and look at a Bulldog, which is this knife right here, American made, Magna Cut, D10 contoured scales. These are flat, but $239.
Yeah,
For a USA made knife. And the thing about TRM is I know a lot of these people that work in the industry are nice. Those guys are.
I've only handled a couple
very nice.
of them, and unfortunately, it was from D2, and that kid totally a few of the knives that I've got to handle, and those were the only ones. He did shit to him that fucked him like that, and his hinderers were all jacked up. So to me, like when I think of TRM, I can only I have just bad reference.
Are you talking about CPM D2? That guy?
No. It's D2 Arca Ara. He's got a different name now. He used to come on my show every once in a while back in the day, but he's trying to stay away from knife content because he was just spending way too much money, and he's can't help himself when he sees shit. So
I'm the same way. A good way to cure that is to not have any income.
well, yeah, or fucking just spend he ordered the last one of the last things he bought was he ordered 3 or more of those fucking custom knife factory fucking what are they called? Those
Evo?
Yeah, the Evos. He ordered they did a couple different. They did the Tanto and the fucking whatever, and he did he ordered fucking multiples of them. It's fucking ridiculous. I was like, dude, why the fuck would you do that?
Holy shit. Yeah, said faction's about to start. Hey, Pocket Metal. Terry
that one's
sent
only
you a
up for
message
3
too,
minutes.
buddy.
Have a good night,
They
guys.
do make them. I've seen one with the backspacer, the smoke resin. Let me find out, buddy, because if they make them, they'll sell them. Because the only thing they won't let you take apart for some reason, and I've had this conversation, and they won't budge, are the shadows. But everything else is set to be taken all the way apart.
That looks
Well,
cool.
guys, do y'all have anything to say before we go over to said faction?
Remember friction folders, double detent. It's not a slip joint. I just watched some guy do a video about this and it pissed me the fuck off.
He called it a slip joint?
Yeah, it doesn't have a fucking spring in it. It's not a slip joint.
No, of course not. Hey, you want me to show you something Pocket Metal I traded for with Paul Mills?
The person's going on Pocket Metal's list.
Have you ever seen these?
Trigger up. Yeah, dude, I told you about that a million times ago when you were buying those shitty Jack Wolf knives that guy has been making them for longer and you can get them for cheaper.
And they're better.
Stupid Jack Wolf.
Who's that?
Oh, those are Pena.
This is a Pena Raptor.
Riot made.
I like Jack Wolf.
I do too. I catch a lot of shit for it, eggs. I catch a lot of shit for it, especially from Shane. He's not in here tonight. I wonder where Shane is.
I don't know.
I haven't even seen said faction up right now. I see bees up.
Just as a quick joke, a thing that was funny. So we came home just now, and I turned you on, and Chamiette heard you say that you ordered something from Shane, and the first thing out of her mouth was it a dildo?
It was
Shane's
a butt plug,
reputation.
If this whole knife thing doesn't work out, he's going to start making dildos.
Persuades him.
I thought he was making anal
minutes.
beads.
We're in no rush. We've got 23 minutes before said faction starts. So we're in no rush. We'll be here a few more minutes.
Just so you know, that comment was up for 3 minutes and 13 seconds.
We still got a little time. Y'all have a good night if y'all want to head on over there because they're going to start, according to mine, in 23 minutes and 30 seconds. But y'all probably need to go.
New one. Timer.
IFW Jeff. Well, see, that's why I'm looking forward to because I know Ben, and I've never gotten any help from Jack Wolf. I've bought all my Jack Wolves, and when I reviewed the Midnight Fixie EDC, I reached out to Ben, and he sent me his personal one to review, and I liked it. But when I review the Joke Wolf that I bought from Shane, it's going to be, I think it's going to cut. Not just paper. I think the review, when I'm talking about an American knife versus, because that's really all I have to compare it to, because it's called the Joke Wolf, right?
Who's his OEM now? Because it used to be Riot, I thought.
Well, it was never, he says it was never Riot. He was planning for it to be Riot. Something allegedly fell through.
And at that price point, if you're selling a knife made by Riot, every other company that is selling a knife made by Riot tells you it's made by Riot. There's no downside to telling someone
that's what he told us at Blade West.
He did. When he first started, he was talking about it was going to be Riot. But when Riot allegedly fell through, he's been super secret. You won't say a word. It's QSP. I agree with Kyle. That's who I think it is. I think it's QSP making them.
Yes.
Interesting.
But
even the first ones that he first came out with.
The only thing that makes me wonder is I haven't seen them show up as clones.
Ever got it done through them. He tried to do Riot, but
that was his plan for a year. That's why it took him so long.
I'm honestly surprised if it was QSP from the start because that's fairly high quality.
Can you think of a company that gets their shit produced from Riot and then doesn't tell you it's made from Riot?
Yeah, no.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So when people ask
pretty proud about it.
I don't want to talk about the where the OEM is. That's because he's charging prices like he's getting it made from Riot, even though that's probably inflated compared to what you should be paying. But he's getting it made from a company. And there's other people having similar products made and selling them for at least $100 cheaper.
El Cap could be right.
That would be hilarious.
And Terry, I agree with you. I think the Hedgehog is probably one of the best slip joints that I have.
Oh, wait.
The Hedgehog didn't come out at the same time, but another person who had their knife made from, because this knife is made from QSP, and similar things were done to this that were done to the Hedgehog on both sections.
Well, who's that dude
Hold
you
that up.
talked about? I mean, you can get a custom slip joint for as much as one of those.
So
I think
this,
his OEM was a QSP, just based on that knife right there.
yeah, this is QSP. The Hedgehog obviously is QSP. And this guy, I think that he had this in production before the original Hedgehog came out. I could be wrong, but they were like working together, and then
because they couldn't do a hollow grind for Austin, and then they figured the hollow grind out for the Hedgehog.
Yeah,
I remember that from the timing standpoint. Because Lefty was having
pulls, the way the pulls are done on stuff and shit, it's like all done the same. It's
just the design aspect of that, like the handle itself, it looks just like a Jack Wolf.
Are his new ones that he just started showing today from QSP2? What are they called? He has a new knife that just came out.
I like what Fuki Doocy says down there. Don't ever ask me to pronounce.
Oh, now you're making me reset a timer again. That was 1 minute and 34 seconds, just so you know.
People often get confused. You can, buy whatever the fuck you want. What do you want, Cat? You see this fucking jackass up here?
I do. He looks just like Cooper.
He wants
like
to hang
my
out.
Cat. He looks just about as wild, too.
Yeah, but he also likes to hang off the back of the chair. What you're doing?
The difference
He
is
just wants
that
attention.
if I did that to Cooper,
But he
Cooper
also
would
knows
have
he's
me
down off-
wrapped up and he would be chewing on my arm.
down off the wall too, though, and that drives me nuts. I love you. I know.
Did you say they do or don't play with the prairie dogs?
He's a little bit more sketchy with them. Nisa loves them. His sister, she fucking will just sit there and fucking like stare at them all day if we don't have them out. She loves the fucking prairie dogs. She wishes she was like with them at all times, it seems like. But he's a little bit more of an ass, so I'm just waiting for one of them to bite him real good so he gets the point.
Gets the point. Hey, it only takes once.
They'll fuck him up. I mean,
Not a Medford?
They can break the fuck
No,
out of
it's a heater.
No.
Scotch has got some knives that are showing the coin in the bolster. I'll make you big. Hold on. I'll make you big.
That coin looks like it costs more than the knife.
Look at that grind.
I have no idea about the coin, but I'm sure the knife wasn't cheap.
Yeah, I'm sure the knife wasn't cheap either, but I bet you that coin's worth a lot.
What else you got in front of you, Scotch? Show some of your swag.
What?
Maddie's on now. It's showing me 23 minutes. All right, guys, we're going to get out of here.
Maddie's on now. What?
Not y'all.
Let me see. Let me make sure. Yeah, they are on. They're vertical. Those motherfuckers are vertical. Hold on. Let me go in here and comment.
Just so everyone knows, I mean, and I'm not trying to like start something, but it is possible for two different things to happen at the same time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But I know that people love going over there. So
There's been several times in which other channels were on and they decided to go live. It works both ways. It's not a competition. It's not a slight to anybody. It's not like they're waiting for this to stop.
No, that's true. That's true. And they went live early. But
you can also be in two places at once on the internet.
they're also going vertical. So everybody.
What channel are they on? They're not on for me. What are you talking about?
I'll drop it in the chat for you.
Oh, there it is. It just popped up for me.
But they're going vertical. So
they are vertical.
Yeah. So guys, I'm going to start doing verticals during the week. Those guys can't fit anything vertical.
Vertical? Let's go vertical.
Big Diesel, have a good night's sleep, buddy. El Cap Addict, thank you again, buddy, and have a great night.
Vertical.
But yeah, Scotch, what else you got new? I know you've had some stuff come in.
Not a whole lot down here right now. I've moved shit around. I mean, I haven't had a whole lot come in. I've been pretty good about not buying dumb shit.
Did you
I
learn
gotta
much
ask-
from Dave about what his plans are? Is he coming along?
Who, Dave?
Yeah, on his.
Yes, he's doing it kind of at his own. It's never going to be full time for him. They've got a very successful company, and that takes up a large part of his time, especially that his
What
wife's
does he
going back
do,
to
if you don't
school.
mind me asking?
Huh?
What is their business, if you don't mind me asking?
They travel
makes-
around doing
for people with extra huge dicks.
ultrasounds for pets.
Ah, I got you.
Ultrasounds for pets?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Like veterinarian kind of stuff, or like home?
Yeah.
Veterinarian. Okay.
That's cool.
Interesting.
As if it wasn't bad enough that the man had a 3-foot dong. Now he's out there fucking saving animals too.
He got
Sounds like jealousy. I heard.
Brought a knife home from Dave, so I'll show that. I do have some stupid stuff that was pre-bought months ago that's finally starting to show up. So I've been pretty good about not buying dumb shit.
Let me make you big so we can see what little dumb shit you have bought.
I gotta say, the last time. Oh, never mind.
I mean, I don't really have a ton of shit down here right now. Some Striders. Chris Reeve.
Expensive. Okay.
Dwyer.
Yeah, Scotch plays. He likes his knives, and he uses every one of those. Those Striders eggs, he'll take out. He does like Pocket Metal calls them in-ground swimming pools. They're big grain containers out on
above ground swimming pools.
Yeah, that's right.
Above ground. Okay.
But they're really grain. They're grain silos. And he'll cut metal straps with his Striders.
What?
That's a Shiro.
Shiro, yeah.
This thing is bad. This Jesse Jaros.
I've never seen one of those.
No.
Gary got one. Last Ranger's got a Jesse Jaros.
Not a big recurve kind of guy.
He does. Again, he's got some machines, but mostly handmade. Groomsmill stuff. He's moving back. He's from Nebraska originally, and he's moving back. So
what I want to know is what's the bat on the wall?
The bat? Oh, that's just my bat. We were in Disney, and they had the Rawling store, and so I had a bat made.
Okay.
You rock anything else? What Sherigorov did you get, Scotch?
I've had this. This is that F95.
That's pretty nice.
For a
Somebody
while.
get a Shiro. I've seen a few at the
If you have something that's not USA
custom
made,
shows.
Fuck.
Made in Russia.
You still have your bench made?
Is that supposed to be a selling point?
It's upstairs.
Well, Benchmade.
Bug out.
Tell them why you got one. I thought that was a neat video concept.
Yeah, I need to do an update because I have carried it a bunch at work, and it does what it needs to do. It's a knife. It cuts, but it's no fun.
But it answers choir boy cutleries.
That's
Does it feel cheap?
Point, right?
The real question.
I still can't believe you didn't. You should have at least put like some titanium scales on it or something.
Yeah, everything you've shown so far has like titanium scales. So
that's the point. It was trying to be like an affordable American-made knife.
That's why he bought it, was to try to show a
Just
group
wanted
of
an
people.
affordable American-made knife. You could have just got a fucking little Spyderco or some shit for 130, 50, whatever the fuck they cost these days, and that's affordable, and it doesn't have them fucking bendable plastic handles.
Yeah, it's not a great. It does, but it's held its edge pretty well. It cuts okay. I mean, yeah, all my other stuff's upstairs right now.
If you can get past, if you don't think that Spydercos look like pterodactyl skulls,
here you go. Here's a couple customs I need to sell. Here's a John Gray Thuck.
You want to buy that eggs?
Nah, I'm not a fan of the blade to handle, like the direction and the angle that it goes.
John Gray Rostrum.
Pocket chef knife.
Recurve.
I had the two John Gray Kaisers that had the big pancake nipple pivots on them.
I think I'm going to sell The
All right, come on, switch the camera angle. Or egg, start a new timer.
Oh shit! Hold on. Wait, where is it? Hold on.
Starting. It's just me.
We're good.
Yeah, it's fucking so weird.
Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I thought you were showing another knife. I thought you were looking for something.
Oh no! I mean, just just what I've got down there.
Ending the timer.
The platypus.
Yep.
Platypus.
Oh, here's a special one. Here's one for pocket metal someday.
Oh.
Oh yeah. I do. Well, are you home now? I'll ship your shit out to you.
I leave Monday.
What is that?
That's that slip joint I'm getting from him.
But which one? What's when you say slip joint? Who makes it?
The modded GEC.
GEC.
Since you painted my painting on the toilet, I touched this to my butthole.
Wait, painting on the toilet. What am I missing here? What?
I multitask, so sometimes I make paintings
while you're pooping.
While I'm taking a shit, yeah.
While you're pooping.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you do? Just sit there and play with your phone? I fucking make art while I shit.
Hey, Eggs, he also cuts himself playing with knives, and probably 80% of those pictures have blood somewhere in them.
Wait, see that right there? See those drips? That's my fucking blood. Scotch is.
How many times have you cut your foot? This is what I want to know.
Cut my foot.
Oh,
Paul, dropped it onto your foot.
Dude, it's.
Oh no.
No, okay. So just your hand, some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it's always my hands.
Oh, okay.
And it's usually because I'm fucking sitting here on the computer playing with knives stupidly and not paying attention, and then I cut myself. Or when I get drunk during a live.
Yeah, it's cool.
How is that parallel to your nail?
This is a badass slip joint.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll send them a Jack Wolf in the mail instead.
I need to try a GEC because there's like a huge hype around GECs.
So
I feel like they're overpriced though, personally, but that's just me.
Here's the difference. GEC, A, it's all made in America. B, it's made by a small family-owned company of 20 to 30-ish people using machinery. In the beginning, it was all old machinery from the Queen Cutlery Company, which was also right down the street from them in Pennsylvania. So they're using machinery that's 100 plus years old, doing things the traditional way, making traditional knives. Now they have started making some other stuff. The other thing that they do, and that's not one of the knives, but most of their knives, for example, like let's say this knife, they only make it for a limited amount of time every couple of years. And when they do it, every time they do it, they change something different. So it'll never be ran the same way twice.
That's what Jack Wolf does.
No, it's not.
Not really.
He uses a different color carbon fiber every time.
Different color. That's another thing. No fucking handle shit. This is all the way it used to be made 100 years ago. So it's a 1095 blade, nickel silver bolsters. Fucking the pins are done the way they used to be done back in the day. There's an old man fucking sitting there hammering shit together.
They used a lot of the old machines too, right?
Yeah. Still, most of them they have added some stuff to rough cut the scales and possibly blades. I don't know for sure. I think they used to use the old stamping method of doing the blades to get the rough cuts out. All finished, everything's by hand. You can watch videos of them being made in the factory up here in Pennsylvania. Not up here. I don't live there.
Who's trading what?
Like when you get these, a lot of the knives, they only will have, now they've upped the production. They started because people been complaining for so long, but like some of the knives I have, they only made 300 of that knife, and that's all that'll ever be made of that knife. So
makes sense with the price.
There's why there's like hype, because obviously there's more people out there that want something than 300 of them. It's gained, their following and shit, so they sell out relatively fucking fast for most of their stuff. Some knives, like the one he showed, they make these. It's the GEC version of a sod buster. They do them in two different sizes, and the farm and field style knives, they will rerun green micarta, red micarta. They do an orange G10, a black micarta. So they rerun these, which is like their cheapest one you can get. But anything that's in, not in that farm and field lines, stuff like this, they don't ever run it the same way twice. So whether
would
it's
it be fair to say that
like the shield, the stamps on it will always be a different stamp, a shield. Maybe it'll have a swedge here and it won't. The handle material will be different. It's just that kind of shit. Can you get American made like case? Yeah, but the quality for case is fucking shit.
Comparatively, it's not even
never
close.
loved case at all.
If you get something from this company and there is an issue, like a year or two ago, they did some lockbacks and people were unhappy with the lockup on them. They just sent them back and fixed them.
Acid test kids, just sign up for their. Follow them on Instagram. They do drops most Fridays and Saturdays. That's the cheapest.
Is it something that comes to you sharp? Nah, it's not the sharpest, but once again, it's a knife that is, originally made for doing simple, tasks. It's not a
Not a slicer, not to cut 100 feet of
it's
rope.
that kind of shit, right? It's a fucking slip joint that's made to do simple slip joint tasks.
Acid test kids, scotching things is your man. Tell him what you're looking for, and he'll keep his eye out because he lives on those pages. I think he's addicted to him, even though he says he's not shopping for him anymore.
You're always shopping, but you're,
it's finding them that's different.
I've been
not
able.
always buying.
I'm pretty proud of myself. You know me. I was buying 3, 4, 5 knives a week, and
Striders.
It could have been. It was, you name it.
Yeah, he's not.
He doesn't buy cheap knives.
Yeah,
no, he doesn't. Striders are not cheap knives.
The fact that he had a USA made stuff that he has.
I mean, I got a deal on my Strider, but it's also a ProTech. So, but Jesus.
Yeah.
And they're no more, so you'll.
I mean, but to offset it, he does buy Miller Lite.
Yes, but I also
drink.
I'm also drinking scotch right now. So.
And you drink expensive scotch, so that sets off your Miller Lite budget.
Yeah.
Fuck joke that the Miller Lite is going to offset the price of the knives.
I don't always drink Miller Lite. You've seen me on here drinking Guinness. I drink other stuff on here.
Dude, you just post way too many pictures of fucking you and your knives in Miller Lite. It's
because people really get offended by that.
I'm not offended, but god damn it.
I'm offended by Miller Lite. I'm offended.
You drank $5 Snoop Dogg gin.
Or Salt threw you up a message.
When Snoop Dogg puts out a gin product and your local grocery store has it on sale for $5, you buy it and you try it.
No, you
But
don't.
Almost,
because gin's
it's not
disgusting.
going to be a good outcome.
Oh, it's disgusting, but it's fucking
Gin.
hilarious.
I so don't miss.
It is hilarious. But
I don't miss waking up feeling like I've been eaten by a wolf and shit off a cliff and having to take like 10 bong hits just to get out of bed. I do not miss those horrible, horrible, hungover, still drunk days.
This is another terrible thing I bought. Look at this. It looks like it's made for children.
And
Is it peanut butter flavored?
When did flying, if you're flying, like 2 people are flying,
it's just,
and
it
you know it's a
just
full flight, when did people not start sitting by themselves or by each other? If there's 3 seats, they sit and leave one in the middle, hoping no one's going to take it on a full flight. So then you're crammed in between on the way home from Phoenix. We're walking down. It's just a fucking packed plane. And I see these 2 old ladies and I'm like, perfect. They're small. I can fit in the middle.
I'm going to ruin their night.
I'm going to ruin their night.
I didn't realize the one lady in the aisle, she had something on her lap. And when she stood up, she was wider than me. Like she was squeezing over into my seat. So I'm stuck between these 2 old ladies now. And obviously they now know each other because I just put my headphones in and I fall asleep.
Comments, Javon.
But I keep getting woke up because I'm getting touched because they're handing fucking like, you know, old lady candy to each other during the flight, and they keep bumping in. They keep touching me as they're handing.
Listen, lady, give me some fucking Werther's originals.
That wasn't. No. That's
when you say, "Don't make me put
It
you
was
under my
probably like-
blanket."
it was probably like sugar-free Russell Stover
It's
candy.
nothing to do with anything, but since we're on the topic of sitting next to people, Eggs' camera angle is me staring up his nose. It used to, back in the day, the last time I talked to him on one of these things, it was a different camera angle and we could see his closet behind him. I feel like it's a different room now.
It is a different room.
And now I'm just staring up.
Eggs has evolved, man. Like
I'm
we
in
all
an
have.
attic right now, technically.
It looks finished.
No, it's definitely not finished. If you looked around my room right now, it is definitely not finished.
Is that a little wall AC unit?
Oh yeah, right above my bed. That's my bed.
That's
over
pretty
there.
cool.
Yeah, that's my bed. AC unit right above it. It's nice. Couch over there somewhere. Yeah, over there with a bunch of shit on it. No.
So, Scotch, the two old ladies, did one of them finally go under your blanket at your request?
No, but they just the whole fucking flight. I'd just fall asleep and I'd get bumped because they're trying to reach across, and God, it pissed me off.
You liked it. You should have did that. You should have, when they weren't paying attention.
You liked being touched.
Tried to pick up one of their hands and then set it on your lap.
Well, just be glad you made it to the ground, man. I mean, it sounds like it's been a crazy couple of days for a flight.
Yeah, rough couple days.
No doubt. My funniest flight trip was coming back from Las Vegas, and it was the first time I'd ever been to a legal dispensary. I was out there for a conference show, and the show was over at 3:00. And one of the ladies that I was working the show with wanted to go to the dispensary, so we took a cab, and I was flying out at 11:00 that night on a red eye. And so,
short, Javon, fuck that lady.
No. We did stand out on the loading dock because we're both in our 50s, that people overlook the obvious, and we burned a big fat one. But I bought a little cartridge, a little vape cartridge, and then I bought a $70 pack of gummies that I think it was a total of 1,000 milligrams. I think they were 50 milligrams each. And so I ate a gummy and started walking around because she went back to her room because they were getting ready to leave. And I just walked around Las Vegas with my little pen on my gummy. And it got time to go to the airport. So I called an Uber or hit up an Uber. And then I started getting paranoid that I was going to get searched going out, that they might think this guy's. So like an idiot, I ate the other 850 milligrams of gummies. I just finished them off.
Nice.
And get in the airport, the Las Vegas airport. I was fine. Get on the flight. I was supposed to change flights in Pennsylvania at like 4:30 in the morning, and then get in Nashville at 8:30. So I get to my seat. It's one of those 3-row planes, a big plane. So I'm like in the middle on the aisle, and it's during COVID or post-COVID. So I've got a mask. And about halfway through the flight, the guy next to me is just elbowing me, goes, "Hey man, your mask fell off." And I'd evidently slumped over like this, and my mask fell off, and I was totally out of it. So I'm like, "I'm sorry." Get it back on, fell right back asleep. Well, then the next memory I have, I'm sitting in an airport, but I'm not at a gate. I'm sitting at the hall that goes down to the gates, and I'm listening in the background. They're talking about the weather in New York today, and then at LaGuardia. And I'm like, LaGuardia? What?
Where the fuck am I?
So it's about 5:00, and at 5:30, the Delta lady finally comes up to the little Delta place, and I walk over there. I go, "Ma'am, I'm sorry, but I think I'm supposed to be in somewhere else." And she said, "Let me see your ticket." And I had it all on my phone. And she goes, "Oh, no, hon, your flight was changed last night in Las Vegas, and this is your layover place. You're exactly where you're supposed to be." And guys, I have no memory of that. What must have happened is I must have been sitting at the gate. She told me how it worked. I was sitting at the gate. My phone buzzed. I looked at it. It says there's been a gate change and a flight change. And so I just got up and went to the other gate and then boarded, not knowing what the rest of I ended up getting to Nashville an hour later. But for that 5 minutes going, in LaGuardia today. It's going to be cold. It's going to be blah, blah, blah. I'm going, in LaGuardia in New York, what the fuck am I going to do? But that was my experience with way too many edibles.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And it wouldn't, I planned on keeping them, but it was just like they would have never found them. But I thought, well, it's Vegas, because I had a buzz. And I'm thinking they're probably looking for people like me that are leaving. You know, they're probably going to extra search me.
They don't give a fuck.
I know. But when you're buzzed and you've been walking around Vegas and all the craziness, you get some crazy thoughts.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I have a handler.
Who's that? Oh, you do.
I can't go to an airport without being fucked out of.
We're supposed to go to New York and DC on vacation this summer, and with my wife is a horrible flyer anyway, and with all this shit, I don't think we're gonna get her on a plane anytime soon.
You gotta get some fucking.
Did you not take anything like
Xanax?
No, when we lived in Minneapolis, we were coming back from Chicago. We were young, and there was like tornado warnings and tornadoes on the ground in the Minneapolis area. So they diverted. We flew around Minneapolis for a while, and then we had to fly over into Wisconsin and land at some tiny little airport to refuel. She lost her fucking shit. I don't know how.
Was she terrified? Well, think about those.
Oh yeah, I mean the turbulence was horrible because of the weather.
And those two pilots, and there was a patient and a patient family member on a Learjet that got up to 1,200 feet and then nosedived. And they don't even know what happened on the ground. They haven't even gotten close enough to see.
Was that the one that hit the mall or something today? Or
yeah.
Wait, what? One hit the mall? I know one hit a helicopter.
That was yesterday or the day before.
I would like
today,
to reframe. I think the helicopter hit the plane, since the plane was coming in for a landing, and helicopters can hover and stand still.
True.
Military helicopter.
Did you hear the
helicopter? Guess what? They can do this. And they can
there were 4 planes coming in though, and did you hear the voice?
For landing,
yeah, but they thought they had visual of the one plane, but the other plane was coming down on top of them.
Yeah, and they think he had visual on the plane in front of him, not the one behind him.
Right.
Because he kept saying he had visual, and they think he was looking at the plane that was already in its landing procedure, not the one that he hit.
It's tragic. Just absolutely tragic. But I didn't know. I was listening to some of the people talking, and I didn't know you could cause a structural failure. Like if you're in a Learjet, and this is one of the nicer Learjets that are supposedly crash proof, but you can pull back on the stick. Like if you have icing on the wings, you can put too much pressure on that plane and you can either snap the tail or pop a wing. I didn't know that. I didn't know you could do maneuvers. I've seen them on those little racing planes where somebody's wing will fall off and they'll crash. But I didn't think Learjets would have that. Because they say there's no other reason that planes don't come down like that unless there's a structural failure, that they don't nosedive from 1,200 feet.
Not jets, yeah, but old prop planes. That was something that they taught you in aviation school. Is you would, if you pull up and go vertical, it stalls, and then when it starts going back down, it jump starts the plane with the wind hitting the prop.
Kind of like a Kickstarter.
Yeah, and then you fucking restart the plane. It's a technique that they teach you to do.
Dude, if y'all get a chance on YouTube, there's this reel called, like, if you go History of Flight. And I know y'all have seen a lot of these old black, white footage, but it's people in the most wacky shit getting pushed out by their brothers at the farm with this thing with flapping wings. And then they just go over this fucking ledge, and fall 15 feet.
Oh, yeah.
All these failures.
Red Bull does a competition like that now. They have been for years.
Yeah,
people
the flute
shit and jump off a cliff with it.
Crazy.
I mean,
crazy.
Of fucking them silly Nazis trying to make UFOs too.
Child. I mean, it's just tragic. And Stevie, when he was on it, I didn't see it this past Thursday, but 2 Thursdays ago, when he was on the Honey Bucket, there was somebody walking on the tarmac with a flashlight looking at helicopters, which maybe they weren't there, but I thought those were real controlled areas, and it was a small airport.
They are there. We hear all kinds of crazy shit over by us, and I'm sure Stevie does too. With the military base being over here, they're constantly flying crazy shit. We also, and we can't find out what kind of plane it is, but there's some big ass military plane that they got. That fucker looks like I forget what the fuck it's called. You know, the big ones that like bring in like Jeeps and shit like that.
Yeah, like a C-1 transport.
That's fucking
C-130.
Yeah, and that fucker can hover.
It's the Osprey.
Yes,
Ospreys are big.
Have y'all seen that
on the highway and you see that thing just hovering off to the side above a shopping complex?
Siobhan, Google Osprey.
All right, and then then I want to show you all this jet that does a maneuver at Destin. Osprey transport. It's a helicopter.
It's a helicopter and a plane in one.
Okay, yeah, this is the one that's got the.
I didn't think
they used to have a big problem with these crashing, didn't they?
Yeah, they had when they first came out. They were crashing all the time.
Yeah, their blades would collide because they didn't have that figured out.
That's step one.
Yeah, they didn't have it figured out.
Does that look like it, Pocket Metal?
That's not it.
That's not it?
Mm-mm.
They'd hover though?
Uh-huh.
Well, check this out. Hold on a second. Do this. Yeah.
It does not have it looks like a big jet or like a, but it has no props like that. It doesn't, how you can see that sticking off the side of it. This is just
so Osprey with,
and they're really low to the ground when they're doing this. And it, I know that like when you're driving and blah, 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 but it sits over the same building for like fucking a couple minutes.
They have a V-22 Osprey that also doesn't have propellers.
I don't know how the fuck it works. We tried to find out what it was. We've seen it multiple times over here. We found there's like a fighter style jet that its ass end can turn and it can fucking make it kind of do stuff.
That's an F-35.
But it's a big fucking, when I say it's big, it's like bigger than, it's like, it looks like it's either hauling a fuckload of people in it or like Jeeps and Humvees and that kind of shit they're putting in it. I don't know if it can hold a tank, but it's big. It's a big ass. And this is like midday, broad daylight. You see these things over here all the time.
Google big jet that can hover.
I can't find it.
It's right. We live very close to the Air Force Base over here. You see these things all the fucking time.
Check this out. Hold on.
Yeah, that's an F-35. One of those just crashed in Alaska.
Yeah. He lost control and it went straight down.
Watch this thing fly. Whoops. God damn it. God damn it, Daddy. Sorry, Ed Harrison. It's just a regular jet, but its rotors, its little engine things go down. That's how it goes.
I'm
pointing down. Watch the water here and just
it's still there. So they have something that can do basically that, but it's
much bigger.
4 times that size at least lengthwise.
See how the power's pushing down, keeping it. And then all these people on the beach are like,
we've seen it like that high or closer to the ground than that. It's fucking nuts, dude.
Check this out. Have y'all seen these stealth subs that Lockheed Martin is making? Check this shit out.
I'm looking up planes that could possibly match his description.
Dude, I don't know. We tried looking for a while the other day because we were talking about it. Couldn't find anything.
Which one's that?
That looks like something out of G.I. Joe.
Yeah, right?
It's a manta ray, man. Let me find a better video of it.
Yeah, G.I. Joe, or maybe Cobra had one. I don't know.
Batman had a couple movies ago.
But it's super stealthy.
If it's on Joe Rogan, you know it's real.
And it's well, this is let me go to another one. It's a drone, dude.
I'd have to ask my dad what it possibly could be because he's Air Force.
Military's new manta ray, Northrop Grumman. Yeah, because it's on their commercial. But it's a drone. It's unmanned underwater.
It has no propellers, though, right?
Right. And I don't know how it can stay and go across the world. That's what they talk about. It runs on energy from the ocean.
Guys, I'm gonna bounce. I'm gonna go to bed.
Dude, okay.
All right.
Are we boring you with our manta ray talk, or are you just tired of hanging out with us?
I'm just tired.
All right.
I'm just
Well, we're
tired.
gonna get out of here
Shit
anyway
last
because
night.
we're not gonna leave Maddie and them for too long. Eggs, it's great seeing you.
I gotta run a bunch of errands and get ready for leaving for work. So I got shit to do tomorrow.
We'll enjoy it, guys. Pocket Mel, you got anything to share with these lovely people?
No, I think I've said enough.
Yeah, wait to send me the painting. I'll let you know when I'm gonna be home
All right.
for enough days.
Make sure he washes that painting first before he sends it to you.
No, man, it's coming.
Sterilize. At least sterilizes it. Yeah.
Wash it with his dick.
The DNA makes it better.
He wants a mushroom stamp on the painting. Okay.
Between getting high off of Donnie's knife, I'm gonna get an STD from Pocket Metal's painting.
Let's send a video of me teabagging it to your wife.
Between Donnie's knife and Pocket Metal's painting, I'm just fucked.
My blood and other fluids on it.
Here's Milky, the marvelous milking cow. It's fun to milk her, gonna do it right now. She drinks the water when we pump her tail. She's raising her head, it's milking time.
Hey, go take out milk from the cow.
That's how you milk a cow.
Do y'all not remember that? I'm older than all you guys. I used to
got rid of his noises, his sound effects, and just got video clips from the 80s.
I was born in the 80s. I don't remember that commercial.
I've got some good ones, guys. I've got
Uh-oh, it's Gore, king of the Terrans. Can he be stopped? Imagine Gore can only be stopped by Super Joe Commander with a 1-2 punch and Power Light Vest and the Shield. 1 pen light battery for each not included. Imagine their fight by night with light. Gore flashes his red power ray.
Imagine.
I remember that one.
Javon uses
I remember that commercial.
From
Who
Stranger.
had that dumb toy?
I got a piece of pretzel on my beard.
I used to have those.
You did?
Yeah, and I had this too.
And here is G.I. Joe with Kung Fu Grip. G.I. Joe has hands that grip. Fingers you hold up.
See, Javon grew up when G.I. Joe had the fucking Chia Pet hair. He didn't get the cool G.I. Joes when we like Pocket Metal and I had.
No, but I got this.
Big wheels are a-rolling, listen to them turn. The big wheels sound of power with speed enough to burn. Winning, spinning.
And we would get all the chicks.
Everybody had that.
They still make those fuckers.
Oh, I know.
All
I
you
know,
need in
but-
life when it comes to music is Butt Naked on a Big Wheel by Smut Peddlers. Okay.
But they
That's all
make
you
them
need.
with rubber tires now. I used to flat spot mine till they get flat.
Still get the original ones.
Yeah, you can.
And this
Well,
is
I'm gonna get one tomorrow.
There's some people trying to make adult ones that look
They
just like those.
do have adult ones.
Well, I mean, they make all kinds of adult ones, but I mean that look exactly like that.
Oh,
There's
like the originals? No.
Instagram. Yeah, like
Yeah.
the cheap plastic molded fucking.
Mm-mm. I haven't seen those. I've seen like real adult big wheels, and those things are pretty sick.
Yeah,
Have y'all ever? Oh, they are awesome, dude. We were watching those a couple of weeks ago. They put the PVC pipe on the wheels.
Mm-hmm.
Have
And
you
they use
seen
them as
that? So they
drift, little
drift?
drifters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they kill it. Have y'all ever had Kinder Candy?
Yep.
That German
they-
candy.
They make
Check out
real
this old commercial from the 70s.
Kinder, Yibbo Shaky. Me unscrabbly.
on it.
Chocka doobie! Doubly chocka doobie!
Did I ever see Smoke
Trouble.
Said smoking
That
doobies.
gives
What
me
I heard.
Kids love those,
that
but
gives
that's
me
fucking
nightmares.
That's creepy, dude.
It gives me
creepy.
nightmares.
When Shane, all these women just saw Javon.
Oh,
They're all feeling. They go out in the
A lot of
woods and they
scotch.
get their feel on. They're all cussing their husbands.
night, Scotch. Have a good night.
Night, Scotch. Night, kids. We'll bail out of here. Everybody go over to Stevie's. Tell them we're sorry we're late.
Fuck you later.
Love you guys.
Night, everybody. Much love.
Pieces. How do I turn this off?
Where did my keys go?
How do I do the buttons?
How do I get this comment off the screen? What does this button do? Why can't I make this thing stop making stupid beeping noises?
Where's my bag up? I'm about
Somebody
to-
pull this remote out of my ass.
Back in my bag, conscious. ISO. Diamond. Back in my bag and I gotta brag. I do this shit for real. We was down and we had nothing, we had to share a meal. We put the shit in overdrive with no steering wheel. Shorty throw that thing back.